Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Thank you. Welcome to another session on the examination of the Brentwood local plan. I think that there may just be one new participant who I just understand has been through the housekeeping matters with Annette, so I don't intend to go through those matters, but if anybody has any issues with dropouts or any technical concerns, then please feel free to raise them with Annette and she will do her best to help you. So my name is Mike Warden and I am examining this local plan along with my colleague Mrs. Yvonne Wright, and if Mrs. Wright can just introduce herself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. So today we're continuing with matter 6 on Dunton Hills Garden Village, and we're going to start this morning with viability. I would like the participants to introduce themselves so we know who we've got here today. So can I please start with the council?
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Paul Shedder-Revian, QC, acting for the council.
Thank you. Mr. Drain, I think you've got your mute.
Good morning. Is that working?
That's working. Thank you.
The button was sticky this morning. Good morning. Director of Planning and Economy, Phil Drain at Brentwood Council.
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Jonathan Quilter, Strategic Planning Manager at Brentwood Council.
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspectors. I'm Tom Huang, Senior Policy Planner, Brentwood Borough Council.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Simon Drummond-Hay from HDH Planning, and we've undertaken the plan-wide viability assessment.
Thank you. Is that it from the council today?
That's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have we got anyone here from Essex County Council?
Good morning, Mark Robinson, Principal Transport and Infrastructure Planner at Essex County Council. I'm assisted today by James Whiffen from Ringway Jacobs for any technical matters.
Thank you. Bellway?
Good morning. David Murray Cox from Turley on behalf of Bellway.
Thank you, Mr. Murray Cox. For CEG, please.
Good morning, James Fennell from Lichfields, and I'm accompanied by David Barnes, Mike Axon from Vectos, and Nigel Jones from Chester's Harcourt. And I think you are aware now, sir, that John Reed from Chester's Harcourt is deputising for Nigel Jones for the first hour or so this morning. I hope that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Reed, you're able to effectively stand in for Mr. Jones on viability matters until Mr. Jones arrives.
That's correct.
Thank you. For Hallam Land, please.
Good morning, sir. Gary Stevens, Merrens Planning, acting on behalf of Hallam Land Management, and I'm joined by Ron Henry of Stantec again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Estates and Agency.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, madam. Charlie Banner QC for Estates and Agency. As yesterday, I'm joined by Clive Burbridge from Senior Transport and Stuart Mills from my Senior Projects.
Thank you. We don't have anyone here from UNI unless Mr. Taylor is here.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Mike Taylor, Chilmark Consulting for UNI Group PLC. I'm afraid we're not joined by Mr. Kimberlin this morning, who's unable to join us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. The BPM. Mr. Clues here.
Sorry, Inspector. Mr. Clues hasn't joined the meeting.
Okay, thank you. For Wiggins G Homes and Eastlight Community Homes.
Good morning, sir. David Russell, Wiggins G Homes and Eastlight Community Homes. Thank you.
Thank you. And for Crest Nicholson.
Good morning, inspectors. David Carlisle from ACOM on behalf of Crest Nicholson.
Thank you. West Horndon Parish Council.
Hello, Councillor Colin Fone, West Horndon Parish Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Fone. And I'm not sure whether Highways England are here for this session.
No, Inspector, they've not joined this session.
Thank you. And is there anyone here who I've not asked to introduce themselves? No. Okay, that's good. Right. Can we start with looking at viability? And I'm going to turn to the council, and I realise this may be a bit of a possibly a joint approach with council and the promoters, but I'll start with the council. Now, we recognise, in the light of the discussion that we had yesterday, that there may be a need to update the viability appraisal in the light of any amendments or alterations that flow out of any revised outcome from the transport assessment, the work which is going to be undertaken in conjunction with Highways England. But it is, however, worthwhile going through and trying to for us to understand the appraisal that is set out before us. And so I'm assuming that the appraisal that we need to be referring to is the appraisal which is set out in the Statement of Common Ground between the council and CEG. So can I turn to the council, please, and ask them to introduce the viability appraisal, and I would then like them to take us through that viability appraisal. Myself and Mrs. Wright will have some questions, and I'm sure that other participants will have some questions too. So, and with viability appraisals, I'm aware that some of the language used and some of the terminology may be not necessarily understood by all participants in the session, and so if when we get to certain terms, for example, it might be helpful to keep that simple or be ready to explain what those mean. So can I turn to the council, and I don't know who is going to lead off on this.
I'm going to ask Mr. Drummond-Hay to give you an overview of the assessment. Bearing in mind this is a plan level assessment, he will identify the inputs and the outcomes and explain to you the basis for the conclusions.
Thank you.
Good morning again. So you're absolutely right. The most up-to-date viability assessment is the one in the Statement of Common Ground. I'm actually going to start by going back to the plan-wide viability assessment dated October 2018. That is the root document, and it sets out all of the assumptions. I'd just like to start by saying that we have done this. It was carried out after the MPPF and the PPG was updated in 2018, and it is fully compliant with the most up-to-date guidance. It uses the existing use value plus approach, which is specified, and it included public consultation with the industry. There wasn't universal agreement on all the assumptions, but most of the assumptions there was a consensus on. It is based on typologies for most of the sites, but we also looked at the strategic sites individually, Dunton being one of the strategic sites. And I think it's just useful to put this whole study into a bit of context, in that this part of England is one of is a vibrant area. It's got high values, and if we when we go into a study of this type, we would expect to find something that is consistent with what is happening on the ground. And a useful starting point for Dunton is to think that the total requirement for infrastructure is about £36,000 per unit. And one needs to consider that against a 35% affordable housing requirement. It would be most surprising if we had done a viability study and we had not found that a site of this type was going to be generally deliverable and viable. Now, I'm not suggesting that delivering this site is easy. Delivering any site, large site, is going to be challenging, but it would be surprising if the findings that we have found were not what they were. Now, I assume. Well, would you like me to run through the assumptions that we've built up, or go to what we have found and how things have changed from the original viability assessment to the update?
If you could just briefly overview in terms of the assumptions, and then update us in terms of what has changed since 2018.
Yeah. So we followed the existing use value approach. So the approach is to take the site and to model it in a high level way. And we use the residual valuation approach. The residual valuation approach involves adding up all the anticipated income from the scheme. So that's market housing and affordable housing, and deducting all the costs of delivering that scheme. So that's construction fees, a developer's return, and the cost of infrastructure. And that gives us the residual value. The residual value is the maximum amount a developer can pay for a piece of land and still make an adequate return. For a site to be viable, under the framework that is set out in the MPPF and set out in the PPG, the residual value has to exceed the existing use value by a sufficient margin to induce the landowner to sell. And that threshold is known as the benchmark land value. So the existing use value plus needs to exceed the benchmark land value. So we undertook a survey of the market. We looked at residential values from new schemes around the area. We went through the consultation process, and we came up with a value of about 4,800, well, exactly £4,850 a metre squared. Now, when one is thinking about the values of this, it's important to appreciate that this is going to be a garden town scheme, a garden town principles, and particularly now in this post-COVID world, I would suggest that the values that we have used are perhaps cautious. I'm not suggesting that we should change them, but if any type of development is going to be in high demand, it's going to be that garden town scheme where you've got a bit more space around you. And the advantage of garden towns is not just you generate generally higher values, but also the costs of delivery are somewhat less because you have less hard infrastructure, less roads and what have you. So when it came to the costs, we based the construction costs on the BCIS costs, which is the standard the standard benchmark that is suggested in the PPG. We then made allowances for site costs, professional fees, and Garden Town principles, contingencies, financial and financial costs, financing costs. We also made allowances for developer contributions. So when we commenced this study, it was it does include a review of community infrastructure levy. And I use the word review deliberately because although the council don't have not introduced SIL, they had gone part of the way down the route to introducing SIL previously and had published a preliminary draft charging schedule before we were appointed, and part of our role was to review that. And initially we worked on the previously recommended rate of £200 per metre squared, and we applied that as a cost. And that's an important aspect of what we've done, because actually the council aren't or have not yet progressed SIL. They do plan to, and in any event, in relation to Dunton, we've recommended a lower rate of £20 a metre squared because the plan is that Dunton would consume its own smoke in terms of infrastructure costs, and rather than those being paid through SIL, they would be delivered through the Section 106 regime. We made an allowance for developers' return, developers' profit, and I would just like to put that in context. What we're not trying to do is to replicate any particular developer's business model. We're doing this viability assessment in the context of the planning practice guidance. We apply the same basic modelling and assumptions to every type of developer. So we're applying the same overall framework to Dunton, which is being promoted by a land promoter rather than a house builder, to a house builder who builds many thousands of houses a year, to a local developer who might be building 3 or 4 houses a year. So it is a slightly artificial process, but it is a framework that is set out in the PPG. And within that, we are required to make an allowance for developers' return, and we have done that, making an allowance of 17.5% of GDV. Now that did change following the consultation process, and part of the reason for making the change through the consultation process was that the PPG sets out that the developer's return should be between 15 and 20% of GDV. And the reason for lingering on this for a moment is it's always a controversial subject. We work across the country. Generally, one would apply a lower developer's return in the stronger markets and a higher developer's return in the weaker markets. So we look after councils like Gateshead and Newcastle and Sunderland with very challenging housing markets, and we would be closer to 20% with those in those types of area. So here, which is a stronger market, we've gone with somewhere in the middle of the range. Now, there is an argument that one could use, or there was an argument at the time of the consultation that one could use a lower return. But actually, I think it is appropriate to be in the middle of the range here. We then worked, so we've got the income, and we've got the costs, making allowance for fees and sales fees, acquisition fees, all the different levels of cost. It's then imperative that we set the the appraisal in the context of the local plan. And part of the purpose of the viability assessment was to test the policies and ensure that the overall plan was deliverable. So in chapter 8 of our report, we worked through the different policies, looking at the requirements for affordable housing and the mix of housing, the different tenures, the costs of accessible and adaptable standards, all nationally described space standards, all the different requirements of the policies. And the requirements for infrastructure. Now, when we were doing the original viability study, at that time, it was thought that Dunton would be 3,500 units with an infrastructure cost of £127 million. As the plan process progressed, that's changed to 4,000 units with an infrastructure cost of, when we did the statement of common ground update, 136 million, although that has now gone up a bit, and I'll come back to that a little later. So we've got income costs, policy costs, and then we've modelled sites, and we've modelled Dunton in a high-level way, bearing in mind that this is a high-level viability assessment, and we don't have plans or land budgets or all of the things that a developer would use when making a commercial assessment. This is quite normal. This is plan making. We don't yet have a detailed planning application to determine. Therefore, there are no plans and detailed land budgets. So the outcome of the appraisals that we run based on all the information we've gathered is the residual value. And we've done those at a whole range of scenarios. And I would particularly like to draw your attention to table 10.6 of the viability assessment, where we have tested different levels of developer contributions up to £50,000 a unit. Now, we do these viability studies all over the country, and the only thing that is consistent about all of them is that the requirements for infrastructure change the closer one gets to the hearings, whether or not it's the county council coming up with new things, or they always change. And to try and save our clients the uncertainty of not knowing what would happen if things would change, we always include sensitivity testing in the base report. So we have tested at the initial stage developer contributions up to £50,000 a unit. And this found that, as you would expect in an area like Brentwood, that most development can bear 35% affordable housing, all of the other policy requirements, and have substantial capacity to bear developer contributions. So, I was going to go on and talk about the comments that were made about the timing of the delivery of infrastructure, because that was clearly a hot topic yesterday. But shall I pause there for any particular questions?
Thank you, Mr. Drummond-Hay. And you were going to go on to explain some of the changes, I think, as well.
Yes,
that have occurred since then, some of which you've alluded to in terms of costs and numbers.
Yep.
But there might be some more detail on that. Have any participants got any questions at this stage? So, Mr. Drummond-Hay, would you be able to continue and continue to tell me, to take me through it, please?
Yep, of course. So the original plan-wide viability assessment 2018 was based on 3,500 units for Dunton and infrastructure cost of £127 million, which was the best estimate at that time. Towards the end of last year, we worked with the developer to produce a statement of common ground, and it was quite clear that it was necessary and appropriate to update the appraisal, not least because we're now dealing with 4,000 units, and at that time the best estimate of the infrastructure costs was £136 million. So we've made those changes to the viability assessment, and just we worked with the developer and made a couple of other changes as well. The first one was to adjust the trajectory, so that was consistent with the wider trajectory that was used in the wider plan making process. We adjusted the purchase of the land so that it was in 4 tranches. This is a very large site, and it would be very unusual to buy such a large site up front. There would normally be an arrangement with the landowner, so I was quite comfortable making that adjustment. The developers, allowance for contingencies was adjusted from 2.5% to 5% to reflect the complexities of this large strategic site. These big sites are complex to do, and we had a discussion with the site promoter about this, and on balance, I think I'm comfortable. Well, I am comfortable making that change. We also talked about developers' return, and the approach to developers' return was adjusted. So we have this site is being brought forward by a master developer who is going to promote the site through the planning process, and then will be acquiring the site, putting in the infrastructure, and then selling serviced parcels of land. And so there is the developer's return has been disaggregated, so part of it is applied to the costs of providing the infrastructure, and part of it is the conventional developer's return on the GDV. The total amount of the developer's return is still less than the 20%, or it's still within the 15 to 20% band set out in the planning practice guidance. We did not make any other changes to the values or to the costs. And the reason for doing that is that, look, this is a very long-term scheme. 20 years we'll still be going on this. And the important thing is that the assessment is made on a set of credible and sensible costs and values. So we did not update the values from 2018. Values I'd have no hesitancy in increasing values today, but costs have also changed. And what we've found in the last few years is values have gone up, particularly for greenfield sites of this nature. But costs, although they did go up, they have come down in the last year or so. But I don't think it is necessary or appropriate to be constantly updating the base assumptions in these types of assessment, because they're going to change over time as one goes through the life of the project. We have left in the appraisal two particular items, and that is the sill cost of £200 a metre squared, and an additional Section 106 cost of £2,500 a metre squared. The sill cost comes to 52.8 million, and the £2,500 per unit of additional Section 106 costs comes to £10 million. So we did debate at the time when we were preparing the statement of common ground whether or not we should leave these in or take them out. We left them in because we wanted to remain consistent with what was in the original assessment, and so the tables could be easily compared. And I rather took the view that the anticipated cost of the infrastructure is only going to go up over time. As we've already seen, the cost has gone up from £136 million that we used in the Statement of Common Ground up to £142 million or thereabouts in the IDP that you've been discussing over the last few weeks. So the key point about viability that I've taken from listening to the hearings and particularly what Mr. Banner has been talking about is around the timing of the infrastructure. And I'd just like to run you through what we have done. In the Statement of Common Ground and in the previous work, in the viability work, we've assumed the infrastructure is delivered with the units pro rata. So at the rate of delivery of 250 units per year, that's about £10 million per year, approximately. And it is quite right for it to have been noted that we haven't allowed for all the infrastructure or large amounts of the infrastructure to be delivered up front. However, in this case, the requirements for the infrastructure are not particularly upfront. Of the £142 million, only 5% of that is required in each of the first 2 years, and about 6% of the 142 million is required in year 3. And that is much less than is often found. It's not until one starts delivering some of the larger items of infrastructure, for example, the school in year 4, that you get to so 16% of the overall requirement for infrastructure. But then the cost of the infrastructure drop back down to being less than 5% a year. It's very difficult doing studies like this because there's no doubt the cost of infrastructure is lumpy. When you provide a school, it's going to be £6, £7, £8 million, depending on how big the school is. That follows. but we have thought about what would happen if the requirements for infrastructure were more upfront. And would it matter to the outcome of the viability assessment? Well, it's not going to make a tremendous difference. The timing of the infrastructure only alters one aspect of a viability assessment. It only alters the interest line. So the earlier the infrastructure is required, the more the developer has paid out and is being charged interest on that item. In the current climate, we're in a very low interest rate world. We've used an interest cost of £6 million. So 6%. The total cost of interest in the project is £27 million. I'm not going to say that £27 million is not an eye-watering amount of interest to pay. It is a large sum, but in the context of this project, it is a very, very small element. So even if one was to bring the delivery of the infrastructure forward substantially, even if the cost of the interest was doubled, the residual value would still be less than the benchmark land value would still be less than the residual value. So this site would still be viable when considered as required under the planning practice guidance. So if we move things forward, the impact on the bottom line on the final output, the residual value, is going to be relatively small. But even if it was larger, there are a whole series of cushions and I was going to say wiggle room, but that makes it sound as if it's slightly devious, and but it's not. In this appraisal, we've got £52.8 million of SIL, which isn't going to be due. In any event, we recommended £20 a metre squared in our viability assessment if SIL is taken, or when SIL is taken forward. So that's £5.3 million rather than £52.8 million. There's a £10 million of Section 106 cost at £2,500 a unit. There's a £29 million contingency, and the developer's return, which is really a specific allowance for risk as well as return, is over is about £300 million. So even if one was to bring the delivery of the infrastructure forward, substantially forward, it's not going to tip this site from being viable to unviable. I think I'll pause there, unless you've, I think that's a good place to pause, and if you have some questions, for me to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drummond-Hay. There are two hands up, and I'll turn to Mr. Banner.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to make a few points. They're interconnected, but if any stage any of my points are best left till later, please do say. Firstly, dealing with the timing point, I'm grateful for Mr. Drummond-Hay for confirming, as indeed is made clear at paragraph 8.8 of the Statement of Common Ground, CDF 17, first bullet, that the costs are done on a pro rata approach. So far, so much is agreed. That obviously doesn't sit well with what you heard yesterday. he's just told you a moment ago, well, the costs actually not going to be much front-loading costs. But in relation to transport, we were told yesterday that there would be. Indeed, we were told that the phasing, indicative phasing in Appendix 8 could be baked into plan policy. Mr. Chadder even said he would draft something for you, which might restrict occupations. So the assumptions that have been used don't match with what's being put to you in relation to sustainable transport. For example, the A128 junction it is one example of something that comes in early. So they don't match. It's not as simple as saying, oh, well, we'll just have to pay more interest. That's what is being put to you, asserted to you for the first time today, that actually you can really just ignore the assumptions in this single sheet, the only sheet that's put forward in relation to cash flow analysis now of up-to-date viability analysis in Appendix 9 and Statement of Ground. You can ignore that because never mind the quality, feel the width, it's all about interest and we can just borrow more. Well, unless you know how much is required to be spent at what stage, you don't have any ability to test that. Because if in fact the scheme is in negative cash flow for many years, because of the fact that you have to have front-loaded infrastructure, maybe more than a decade even, who knows, because we don't have a worked-up viability analysis based upon potential trigger points which are said to be necessary for sustainability reasons, for example. Until if you were to have negative cash flow for a considerably longer time, this is before you get to whether the build rates are realistic, that increases the risk, not just from a lender's point of view, would they be prepared to lend the money, what rate would they be prepared to lend it at, but also from the landowner developer's point of view. And also, I mean, do we even know whether this would be in the black during the plan period? Because you're assessing whether this plan is deliverable and viable. We don't really have any evidence as to whether this would actually be a profitable scheme by the end of the plan period 2033. You just don't have this evidence. You're being told stuff for the first time. Let me just develop that a little bit by way of an illustration. It's only an illustration. The cash flow analysis at the end of the Statement of Common Ground, Appendix 9, if I remember rightly, it assumes first receipts in year 3. So obviously 50 in year 3, 150 in year 4, and so on. That's in the very top line of the top table. Please do anyone say if I've misunderstood it. I understand that means that sales coming online in 2026, I think that's where we get to. So 200 in total by the end of year 4, 2026. If you then go back to the Appendix 8, which we were now told by Mr. Barnes yesterday for the first time that CEG were happy to be, well, it wasn't clear to me in the end whether it's happy to be in the bold text policy or the supporting text on appendix, but they were happy to commit to it. If you look at the phase, the kind of infrastructure that's envisaged in those early phases, you've got, for example, utility acquisitions, diversions, the A128 Northern Junction, station road works, etc. You then look at the cash flow analysis for those at the early phase. Let's go get that back because there's an awful lot of documents. You look, and there's no abnormal costs at all until after homes are built out, and you've got the pro rata general costs. So the assumption in this single sheet of cash flow analysis, the only evidence that you've got, up-to-date evidence of viability, the assumptions as to costs simply don't match the infrastructure which appears to be accepted as necessary to make the development sustainable. And how do we know what's required, what is to be tested in viability terms, unless it's to be baked in? Mr. Shudder even yesterday said, "Oh well, the Council in relation to transport infrastructure will just take a view at the time an application goes in or reserve matters what's appropriate." Well, if that is a legitimate approach in relation to transport infrastructure, how are you and how is Mr. Drummond Hay to work out now the cost of what will be required by when? Because we don't know. There's complete uncertainty. It may affect as well the viability of particular phases. For example, it may be said, it's not just a question of looking at the overall viability, it may be said in due course by the developer, well, we can't deliver the A128 Northern Junction at the outset because it would take us too far into the red. So you're going to have to let us to get, let's say, 400 homes off the ground, get some money in the coffers first so we can pump prime the infrastructure. And then you've got 400 unsustainable homes where bad travel patterns get ingrained in the way that Mr. Burbridge spoke to yesterday. It's entirely foreseeable with this lack of detail that will happen. There's a couple of other points that I'll mention now because they're interrelated. They may be addressed later on if they are. Sorry. The infrastructure delivery plan is said by paragraph 8.8 first bullet to be the basis of the assumptions on infrastructure costs, which are then rolled out on that pro rata basis. We were told yesterday, or you were told yesterday, that the viability took account of the Basildon Link Road, if I can call it that we heard about, or certainly I heard about for the first time yesterday. I don't see that in the infrastructure delivery plan. So I'm not sure you were told an accurate statement. Doesn't seem like that's been factored in. The paragraph 8.8 also accepts and acknowledges that third-party land, not all the land is in the same interest. And as far as I can see, there's no evidence of the arrangements with landowners about, assuming there are any, cost sharing, for example, equalisation. How's that going to affect phase by phase viability? So again, I suggest it is really a completely inadequate evidential basis for you to sign off the viability of a new settlement by virtue of a single page. Which you're now being asked to really put aside and say, well, it doesn't really matter because we're so much in the black at the end of it, and goodness knows how long, that you don't really need to worry about the detail. And by the way, Mr. Jones says, well, CEG think it's viable, so therefore it's viable. That's not a basis on which to find a plan sound, I'd suggest. That's all I wish to say for now. It may be some of these points are cleared up because for a lot of the stuff we simply don't know, we don't have the working out. But I suggest they're matters of real concern for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banner. And Mr. Reid.
Thank you. I just thought that it may be helpful just by way of clarification. Firstly, in relation to references to infrastructure, obviously we're talking about these IDP costs. Now, those costs, as I understand it, include in certain areas, particularly in relation to highways, quite a lot of contingency allowance in themselves. So as I understand it, the highway items include 50% contingency as a point of clarification. Now, to my understanding of this appraisal, which has been undertaken in the one in the Statement of Common Ground, we've got the IDP costs of 136 odd million pounds, and then on top of that there's another 30 million, roughly 30 million pounds, which is you'll see in the abnormals line you've got a total there of 166 million pounds. So that just really reinforces Mr. Drummond-Hay's point about the amount of additional allowance which is included in this appraisal. And of course, if you compare the residual land value with the viability threshold, there is just short of another 50 million pounds in headroom at that point. In terms of the IDP costs, I think there is, of course, uncertainty as to timing. just to clarify on Mr. Banner's point in relation to the timing of the receipts, what you'll see in the cash flow line is that it refers to units started as opposed to units completed. So in year 3, it's got units started 50, and then the income from those 50 units doesn't actually come in until the following year, in year 4. And so in year 4, you've then got 150 units started, and that income then comes in the following year. On the point about timing, because it's high level, it's Mr. Drummond-Hay, as he pointed out, applied a pro rata approach. But if the interest, the point about, I apologise, the master developer is that they would in fact put in that infrastructure as required and fund that through receipts from land. And so on that way, they would actually be able to secure income earlier in the appraisal than is assumed in this high level model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. I'm going to invite Mr. Shardavian to come back. Mr. Banner's got his hand up, but I wanted to Mr. Shardavian to come back to the points that Mr. Banner raised originally. Is there something that you wish to?
Yes, I mean, I suggest Mr. Banner actually tells you what else he wants to tell you, so I can refer to those as well.
Indeed.
I just want to come back. So on one point, Mr. Reid, I keep want to call you Mr. Jones. Mr. Reid made a moment ago about contingencies. I'm obviously not a viability expert myself, but I thought the purpose of a contingency was, for example, to allow for if things cost a lot more, as opposed to allowing for the assumptions on timing being inconsistent with what's being said in other contexts of the examination. So if the contingency is being relied upon to respond to the fact that the costs have been done on a pro rata basis when they're not going to come forward pro rata, where's the extra contingency for the costs being more?
Thank you very much, Mr. Banner. Mr. Shardavian, if you could pick or help us with that point.
I can't because I'm not a viability expert either, so I can't help you with the very last point, but I'm sure we can assist you with that.
You're on mute, Mr. Shardavian.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't answer that point because I'm not a viability expert, so someone else will come back and answer that point. I just want to respond on this basis. First of all, we're dealing here with a plan level assessment. We mustn't lose sight of that fact. What's been done has been done entirely in accordance with planning guidance, in accordance with government instructions, and that's what you need to be concerned about. Are the assumptions robust? They are entirely robust. It's simply a question of timing. And let's look at the model that's being used here in terms of delivery. It's a very large site. The intention is to self-serviced plots. Bearing in mind the need to maintain a coordinated approach to both development and the provision of infrastructure, it is by far the most sensible model because it can be effectively coordinated by the master developer. And the master developer in this case will have the controlling interest over all of the land. That's the first point. Second point is a master developer approach is one which embraces the notion of creating an asset. And the creation of that asset, which is this garden village, is investment. It's the need to invest to create the asset. to create the situation whereby service plots can be sold off so that the master developer's profits can be realized, albeit further down the line, but realized, as it were, as these plots are sold off. That necessarily implies that investment has to be made up front, and there will be borrowing costs which will be subsumed in the returns later on. So it's not a developer taking a short-term view. It's a developer taking a medium and very long-term view about the value of the asset, because that value will be embedded in the asset as time goes on. So the asset becomes itself a saleable commodity. Now, it's wrong for this examination to become bogged down in the kind of detail Mr. Banner and others are suggesting you should. That is not the correct approach. Having established that the proposal is viable, and that is clearly established, the question is then a matter for you to determine whether the checks and balances in the plan are sufficient to ensure that the development will proceed on an orderly basis and will be supported by requisite infrastructure at particular points in its creation. Now, on that basis, you can rest assured that the policy framework, as it is, without any further adjustment, is sufficient to ensure that. And my offer yesterday to offer up some suggested wording changes to the RO1 policy was only in order to allow you to consider the use of thresholds in terms of occupation, should you think it's necessary, which I still suggest it is not. However, and I should also say there that my reference to the A127, A128 junction was wrong. I was talking about, I meant to say the A128 measures necessary to achieve the functional links between the development and West Horndon Station. As you will be aware, E11 deals with the contributions to strategic highway infrastructure and other infrastructure, but I'll come back to that another time. Now, having said all that, there are certain expenditures which will have to occur, and only a very naive developer, and CEG is by no means a naive developer, would assume that there aren't any major costs coming up front. Of course there are. And to give you an idea of what they will be, there would need to be, of course, A128 corridor works to enable access to the site for construction and occupation purposes. And they are quite substantial. They will be upfront, of course. There will be a need to achieve maximum internalization of the development as quickly as possible in order to reduce the off-site impacts as much as possible. And this development will achieve a class-leading degree of internalization, given the manner of its conception and what will actually occur in terms of behaviors. So that will require early investment in the West Horndon Station improvement works. It doesn't require all of them to be done up front, but some of them to increase station capacity. It will require the link to West Horndon Station to be in place, and the means by which those sites coming forward in year 3, the occupants of those sites will be able to access the station on foot or by bicycle. As development progresses, there will be a need, obviously, to provide the primary schools, a substantial expenditure, but it's not likely to come until, let's have a look, around year 4, year 5. But again, a developer of this calibre has to assume, and does assume, that the provision of school will need to be in place when Essex County Council deem it to be necessary. And as you know, the funds are there, they've been taken account of. I could go through other items, but none of them actually present insuperable financial obstacles to the realisation of this development, and at the same time, providing the sustainability credentials it requires to achieve maximum internalisation from the beginning. So far as Junction 29 and 28 contributions are concerned, we don't know exactly what those are going to amount to. They are taken account of in the sense that they will be dealt with by way of contributions on a shared basis by all developments coming forward. So again, nothing extraordinary about that. So just keep a sense of perspective, please, and don't let the naysayers get you down.
Thank you, Mr. Joe Davian. Mr. Drummond-Hay, you had your hand up, and I think you may wanted to come in and to answer Mr. Banner's earlier point.
Yeah. The point I really want to make is about the single sheet. Well, it is the appraisal is summarised in a single sheet. There are numerous different models we could have used. We could have used the HCA model, Three Dragons, whichever. They're all perfectly good models. They all do the same. All the models do the same. They add up all the income. They deduct all the costs. They put the figures in a cash flow and produce an output, a residual value. They are all estimates, and they are all as good as the assumptions that are put in. Sometimes we see very detailed and complex viability assessments with different values attributed to flats and detached houses and terraced houses and this, that, and the other. Well, they are moderately useful, but they are no more useful than this, because until you've got a detailed set of plans, one can't possibly be doing detailed valuations of something that you've got to value. So it is perfectly appropriate, and the guidance specifically says we should use average values, to be taking high-level average values and applying high-level costs. We could have modelled 20, 30, 40 house types, but who knows what house types are actually going to come along. This is a very long project, and if you just think over the last 10 years, 15 years, when we had the last financial downturn, house builders reconfigured sites to have more smaller units because those are what would sell. At the moment, we see house builders wanting to build more larger homes with gardens because that is what the COVID pandemic has driven the market, has driven market demand. So to suggest that just because it's not very long and very fat is an entirely, it's a red herring. What I would bring you back to is the viability assessment. We've made an assessment of the market, we've made an assessment of costs, and we've applied them in a measured and cautious way, building in the assumptions and the balances that are required under the planning practice guidance. The only other point I would make is Mr. Banner suggested that altering the cash flow does more than alter the interest. It doesn't. The only thing that changes within the financial appraisal is the interest cost. If you bring things forward, it changes the interest cost. Of course, the developer has to fund that interest. But the front loading might alter their ability to borrow money. But that depends on their individual business model. We are, from the work that we have done, we're making an assessment as required under the PPG, which is the same assessment that we apply to all of the typologies and the strategic sites within this plan. I don't think Mr. Banner had any sort of technical points with regard to the viability assessment. I think the other points have been covered. So yeah, that's it for me for now.
Thank you. I'll bring Mr. Barnes in, then I'll come back to Mr. Banner. Mr. Barnes.
Hopefully you can hear me. Does that make yes?
Yes, we can hear you. Can't
Good.
see you, but we can hear you.
No, that's excellent. It's better off hearing me than seeing me. I will always go with that, as you know, my way I go on things. I think just four very quick points. I don't want to hog this debate in any way, shape or form. First point is in terms of CEG and its expertise in terms of delivering these garden communities and promoting these garden communities. They're probably one of the leading people doing this at the moment. There are two schemes going on in Oxfordshire, both of which have got through their local plans. It's Harlow, which obviously at the moment is at a stage whereby it's got to go back to further examination because of issues associated with Epping Forest. Lancaster, south of Lancaster, part of a consortium there that's delivering a garden community. So this is not a company that's lacks the expertise and the finance to deliver this type of project. And I do think that is a credibility point. If we were sitting here, probably Dunton Hills Limited created as a new co, I think Mr. Banner might have a few fair points on that. But actually look at the track record of CEG as a delivery, master developer delivering this type of scheme across the country. I wasn't quite certain about Mr. Banner's point, again, about third-party land. I thought we put that one to bed yesterday, that what's been put forward as a link through to West Horndon is along the public highway. And that was made clear about 3 or 4 times by different people, not just me. The memorandum of understanding in the statement of common ground brings all the landowners and all the developers at Dunton Hills together to bring this site forward. So it's not just a CEG site. Let's not lose sight of the fact that there are other landowners and developers involved. And as you heard yesterday from Mr. Carlisle, if Crest Bellway scheme is successful through the Basildon local plan, that's where the road, as Mr. Banner called it, would be delivered across. The link that's been proposed on behalf of CEG as part of the application that's been prepared to Basildon is actually across land with CEG control, or is across highway land. I just want to put those out there, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Banner, please.
Thank you. Just a few points. I don't want to go round in circles. I'll deal with Mr. Drummond Hayes' points first, then Mr. Barnes, then just come back to Mr. Shudder Rivian's point about perspective. So Mr. Drummond Hay, he tried to catch off my arguments as all being about a single sheet of paper. That's not the point. The point is that, as he himself accepted, the cash flow analysis, which is a single sheet, is only as good as its assumptions, as he said, his words. And his assumptions are false because it assumes that the infrastructure costs come forward on a pro rata basis, and they're not going to. And in the absence, therefore, of a cash flow analysis which is based on the right assumptions, you've got nothing else to go on. That's the point about the single sheet. It's the only piece of evidence you've got, and it's only as good as its assumptions, and its assumptions are wrong. Basildon Link Road may well be in the control of CEG. I don't understand that the cost of actually delivering it, though, has been included in the costs. And I may be wrong, but I don't understand it has been. Because it's not in the IDP, and the costs come from the IDP. Mr. Barnes's points about CEG, which rather reflected the similar points made by Mr. Jones yesterday. But of course, the allocation goes to the left. It's not a personal allocation. The permission won't be a personal permission. We don't know what CEG may or may not wish to do later, or what may happen to CEG over the very long period of this. You have to look at this objectively. That's how you do viability analysis. We all know that. Even I know that. You don't do it on a personal developer's appraisal and approach. You do it objectively. If these points were good ones, they would have been good for L&Q in the context of North Essex, for whom I acted, and I made points like that, and they were rejected roundly by Roger Clues, and I can now say rightly, because it's in the history. So the idea that, oh, we're big boys, we can do this, doesn't cut the mustard in the context of planning. Third-party land. The third-party land that's needed for the early transport infrastructure relates to station improvements. Very careful wording was used yesterday and just now by Mr. Barnes to talk about the link to the station, but the station improvements requires third-party land. You may benefit from some land ownership plan in that area, just to assist you on that. Then just Mr. Shadow Evian's point about where he says I'm asking for too much detail. We need to sort of stand back and get a sense of perspective. Well, I invite you both to consider that in the context of what I'm saying. Really, are two key questions in this context. And question one is what triggers are necessary to ensure the right infrastructure goes in at the right times to make this new settlement sustainable, if it can be made sustainable. What triggers are necessary so the right infrastructure goes in the right time to make this new settlement sustainable? Bearing in mind it's a new settlement, and bearing in mind the starting point is paragraph 138 of the framework. I can't see your pen, so I don't know. Tell me if I'm going too fast. But 138 of the framework. Remember, before Christmas, I kept talking about 138. When you're releasing Greenbelt, you start with areas that are well served by public transport. The answer was, well, this is going to be made sustainable by all these wonderful goodies, sustainable transport goodies. Well, if that's a critical part of the answer to 138, which obviously I don't accept it could be, but if it is part of the answer, then you really do need to look at this carefully and understand what needs to go in and when to make it sustainable to achieve what 138 on their case is saying should be achieved. So I don't suggest that's an overly detailed. It's fundamental to, dare I say, your duties and responsibilities to do the right thing here. And secondly, because the second question is, well, what effect does this have on the cash flow analysis and on viability? Again, not an overly detailed or overly pedantic question, but really important. Just as it was important for Roger Clues in North Essex. And even if it is only about interest and finance, even if it is, which I don't accept what I said before, as Mr. Drummond Hay himself said, if there's too much deficit at the outset and over a long period, they might not be able to get the funding. You've got to be able to get the funding in order to be charged interest, and at what rate? Because the higher the borrowing, the higher the risk, the longer you have to wait to the return, the higher the percentage might very well be. But I do suggest, in any event, the reality would be, if the development's going to be in the red for a long time because of front-loaded infrastructure, there will be concerted attempts to get out of providing early infrastructure, to get some sales earlier, to pump prime the development, and that would lead to an unsustainable settlement. Final point is, I'm sure at some point we're going to come back to, I think it's on your agenda, to lead-in times and build rates. But I did note with some irony Mr. Barnes' reliance on CEG's experiences elsewhere. Well, as we've said in our hearing statements elsewhere, the lessons from elsewhere is that the build rates are put forward to you are optimistic based upon what CEG have been doing elsewhere. That's all I'll say. I'll try my very best to refrain from saying much more on this subject, because I think the points are probably fairly well identified by now. But obviously, if either of you have any questions for me at any stage, do please say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banner. Mr. Stevens has been waiting patiently, so I'll bring Mr. Stevens in before I invite Mr. Drummond Hay to come back on any of those points. Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It's just a small point related to trajectory and the viability, and just to recap the point made yesterday, the local plan trajectory is reliant upon outline planning permission being granted in 12 months' time for the Dunton Hill site, and that obviously will require the signed Section 106 agreement. Now, the council very fairly have made the point twice this morning that this is a high level viability assessment. Mr. Drumhay made the point that it is not a detailed assessment that you would expect with a planning application. And that inevitably will have to follow, because we know from the viability assessment that there is a difference of opinion between the promoter and the council in relation to the contributions, and the reference for you is at page 198 of the viability assessment, where C&G have made it very clear to the council that it is highly likely that the development will have to be zero rated in relation to SIL. So, as one would expect, sir, through the application process, clarity will emerge as to the infrastructure costs and when they're required, and viability will have to be looked at again, and that will take time because the council will want to be certain that it's getting the infrastructure that it wants at the right time in the right place. So again, sir, it's just that the 12-month window for agreeing all of that and having an outline plan petition in place, in our opinion, sir, is just unrealistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens.
Sir, I'm so sorry, sir. Can I just come back on a few of those points which have been raised? First of all, we've already dealt with the issue of timescale for Section 106, so I'm not going to repeat what I said in the first week, of which you will have a note. Secondly, so you will be guided by the guidance, the applicable guidance, and any parallels, suggested parallels between this case and North Essex are, in my submission, misguided. You, sir, will make up your own mind about the relevance of that case and whether or not there are any parallels there, but I suggest to you that they are not. There are not. Secondly, we are not relying upon the personality of this developer. And I wouldn't expect you to rely upon the personality of the developer. We're relying upon the viability assessment, which has been carried out in accordance with government guidance, objectively and robustly, and secondly, upon the manner in which the development will be delivered, the master planning method or model. I could quite understand that you would have concerns if the site were in multiple ownerships, and it would require, therefore, a development agreement to bring them together, which would have implications for cost sharing and coordination of resources and the implementation of the scheme and the introduction of infrastructure at the appropriate times. But you don't have that issue here. And that's the point about it. You don't have those kinds of issues which would bear upon both deliverability and viability. So just keep a sense of perspective, if I could suggest you do that very respectfully. And I'll ask Mr. Drummond Hay just to tidy up any other matters which bear upon the assessment.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to paragraph 8.11 of the Statement of Common Ground, where we say it's agreed between the Council and CEG that a planning application may be accompanied by a more detailed project-specific viability assessment. This will be carried out and assessed by the Council in line with the planning practice guidance and relevant RICS guidance. First of all, the RICS guidance is, well, I say it's quite brutal for surveyors. It requires us to be objective and to stand back and look for the truth, not the best answer for our client. So it is about finding the right answer. The planning practice guidance specifically says in paragraph 10.009, which is how should viability be reviewed during the lifetime of a project, where contributions are reduced below the requirements set out in the policies to provide flexibility in the early stages of a development, there should be a clear agreement on how the policy compliance can be achieved over time. it is clearly anticipated on big schemes that there does need to be, there may often need to be some flexibility over the timing of delivery. Now, that might be the timing of affordable housing. It is quite common for affordable housing to be a little lower in the early stages, a little higher in the later stages. Absolutely anticipated in the guidance. The other important thing is the 2019 planning practice guidance has streamlined the consideration of viability at the development management stage. It very clearly says in paragraph 10.008, where a viability assessment is submitted to accompany a planning application, this should be based upon and refer back to the viability assessment that informed the plan. It is not starting from a clean sheet. It isn't working, it's not the old days where the developer would prepare a whole viability assessment and submit it and be a long discussion about it. It is a very clear and streamlined process. And I just wanted to come back to that sort of the context and the fact that we're required to follow the existing use value plus approach, the residual value at the end of the project compared to the benchmark land value. And that is how we're required to assess viability under the PPG and the RICS guidance. So that I just wanted to tidy it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Wright, you've got
Can
your hand
I-
up before Mr.
Thank
Bannigan.
you. Just a response or just a query on something that Mr. Drummond-Hay you've just mentioned in relation to the PPG, and about how viability should be reviewed during the lifetime of the project, etc. How, and obviously I've got the PPG in front of me, I've read the wording, etc. So it is what it is. How does that relate in particular to a garden village, which is a very different beast to other forms of development because of the garden village ethos and principles that are set behind that, and this requirement for mobility to be 50% sustainable, etc., from literally from the outset? How does that work in looking at what you've just said about this need for flexibility? I perfectly understand that there is a requirement for flexibility. That's how development works. But I'm just trying to understand from the garden village perspective whether there is or is not some form of difference there.
Well, I think that within a garden village scenario, the costs are different to a conventional bog standard modern housing estate. But actually, a garden village project is still about spending money and selling houses, and the timing of the what gets done when is clearly important. I don't think just because it's a garden village makes it particularly different, but as the scheme is designed for planning and one gets housing mixes and what have you, there are very normal things to emerge. There might be a scheme for a component of the scheme for specialist older people's housing brought forward by a housing association, 100 affordable units in one block. And that type of thing is what that might happen in the middle of the scheme. And it's not about relaxing the overall requirement for affordable housing. It is about the timing of it relative to the other parts of the scheme that are coming forward. Or often when there's as a scheme with remediation costs. Those costs have to be spent up front, no different to spending the requirements for a garden town up front. Well, some of the affordable housing might be, the tenures might be adjusted, the timing of the affordable housing might be adjusted later on, but it is about achieving a policy compliant scheme over 4,000 units, not necessarily in the first phase.
So, Ma'am, if I could just add there, of course, the flexibility may attach to some things, but not others. So where there is a requirement to make the proposal sustainable, and in the case of a garden village, to achieve high degrees of internalisation and sustainability, matters of infrastructure required to achieve those ambitions will not attract flexibility because they need to be in place.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. Mr. Banner.
So, as I understand it, it's now being acknowledged that the upfront costs associated with the necessary infrastructure to make this garden community sustainable may lead to a delay in delivering affordable housing and or a less than what would otherwise be optimal tenure split. I don't remember, and I might have misremembered, but I don't remember that consequence being factored into the analysis of why this spatial strategy option was preferable to, for example, West Horton. Indeed, if I remember correctly, one of the reasons why West Horton wasn't preferred was the garden community could deliver more housing, so it was said at the time. It's pretty important because I suggest you can't really lightly dismiss delay and potentially of years to delivery of affordable housing. We have an affordable housing crisis in the country, and in this part of the world, it's as profound as anywhere. And so, if the choice of a luxury development of this nature, with all those upfront costs, is leading to delay, it's not funny actually, Mr. Drummond-Hay. It's really serious. If it's leading to delay delivering necessary affordable housing, that's a really important point.
With respect, Mr. Drummond-Hay was answering the inspector's question about the issue of flexibility and what that meant for garden communities and other developments. It's not being suggested in this case that there will be a need to defer affordable housing.
That's what he suggested before the inspector's question, as I understood him.
Mr. Barnes, please.
Only a very quick point, just picking up the question. There is actually in the viability assessment reference to additional costs associated with delivering a garden community, and they're factored into the build costs. So that does probably address an element of the point you raised, Ma'am. Those sort of costs are not ones that you would be able to remove in terms of a viability appraisal.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Can I just ask Mr. I think my question is to Mr. Drummond-Hay on the table, on the cash flow table. Just help me to just understand the costs of infrastructure that are set out in the infrastructure delivery plan, and at the outset you referred to that they've changed over time. They've changed since 2018 in your original appraisal. They've changed indeed since this was carried out. But where would those be reflected in here in this table? I think we looked at 136 million.
Yeah, so there is a line called abnormals, which is in the first larger box. You can ignore the bottom large box entirely. So there's a box headed residual cash flow for interest, and about 2/3 of the way down, there's a line called abnormals, and that line actually totals £166 million. So that is made up of the 132 million pounds of strategic infrastructure and mitigation costs, the IDP costs, and the 5% abnormal cost that we have built into the base appraisals anyway. Now, why do they appear in the abnormal line rather than the Section 106 line? Well, because the Section 106/SIL line already had the base assumption from the base viability study of £2,500 a unit plus the SIL at £200 a metre squared.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask just for clarification? So basically, it's just you've just usefully put them into abnormals, but they're not really abnormals. It's just a line you put them in.
Yeah, there is some underlying logic to it as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Because they're not abnormals because they're required for the development.
Because abnormals are usually the kind of things that are not really known, abnormal costs to.
But now we know,
development.
That's fine.
Yeah. The PPG talks about treating abnormals and strategic infrastructure costs as the same, in the same way under the benchmark land value heading. So there is a little bit.
As long as we know, that's fine. It's just making sure we understand. But I think you said earlier that yes, the appraisal includes the Section 106 and the SIL, but from your perspective, because all of the infrastructure is included on the abnormals, it's already costed in anyway, that actually there is a question mark over whether the SIL and Section 106 costs should be in there anyway, or certainly at that level, whether they should be in there.
Yeah, certainly.
But they've been included to ensure that there is consistency throughout the viability appraisal work.
Yeah.
Is that correct? My understanding is correct.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just also, if the council, or when the council takes SIL forward, it will be appropriate to update the viability work to support SIL going forward to reflect the most up-to-date IDP costs.
Thank you. Mr. Drummond-Hay, on the same table, on the cash flow table, what is year one?
This is a viability consultant's fudge, in that when we did the viability assessment, we did not know when this scheme would start. So year one is year one rather than attributing an actual year to it. So when we did the viability assessment in 2018, we didn't put an actual year to that. But year one would be the year when the site is purchased, when the scheme starts. And then there's a delay until the first units are delivered.
So when the scheme starts, you said when it's purchased.
So when the scheme is purchased in year one. So within the first year, the planning application and the site being purchased, and then there's a year of of nothing happening on the ground. And then building starting in year 3. And then the first receipts in year 4.
So year 1 in terms of purchase, because the stamp duty. So stamp duty is in there because of the purchase year. Is that?
Yes.
And why then in year 1? And forgive me my ignorance on this, but on the table below there is potential SIL.
So SIL is when we are doing viability assessments for SIL, we're frequently asked for the headroom for SIL. And as a consultancy, we have called that additional profit. Other people call it headroom or capacity or super profit or whatever. So that second set of appraisals, or the second cash flow, puts in the land at the existing use value plus cost, and then works out how much a developer could pay in SIL over and above having provided their own profit, bought the land and expended all the costs. And because SIL is typically paid either upfront or through the life of the scheme, it allows us to assess the additional profit. It would have been more helpful if we hadn't included that table, that half of the table, within what you have in front of us, because we're not considering SIL here.
And would in terms of the prospect of getting planning permission by the time in which it is assumed, would SIL would not be in place?
Well, whether or not SIL is in place is a matter of timing and which department the check goes to, really. If SIL is in place, money gets paid to through the SIL mechanism to the council. If a Section 106 is in place, it gets paid through the Section 106 mechanism. They're both used to fund infrastructure. What is quite clear is when it comes to setting SIL, the costs that this site is expected to deliver is reflected in the SIL. Now, when we did the viability assessment originally, we suggested that because the site has substantial infrastructure costs, a lower rate of SIL would be appropriate. And based on the work we did back then, that led us to a rate of £20 a metre squared. Some of the other strategic sites were 0 rated, and I think West Wandon, I'd have to remind myself, was going to be £40 a metre squared. What we have to be very careful with is the state aid rules. And a scheme can't be have a lower rate of SIL and for that to be an unfair subsidy to it. So one needs to set SIL in the context of what it is being required to pay under Section 106. So if this was going to pay £142 million worth of Section 106, that is clearly going to have a knock-on into the amount of SIL that it would be appropriate to charge it.
Thank you.
Actually, your question was, would SIL be in place when the application is determined? Well, we don't know how quickly a planning application. I don't know the date a planning application will be received. In terms of getting SIL in place, the viability assessment needs to be updated. You've examined the IDP, and assuming you're comfortable with it, or more or less comfortable with it, that would form the basis of that element of SIL examination. We used to have to go through 2 rounds of consultation when setting SIL. That's been reduced to 1. So leaving aside the democratic process that councils have to go through, it is not unreasonable to expect SIL to be in place within 6 months. Allowing for the democratic process, it normally takes a year.
And so in either way, what you're saying is the actual bottom line figures on the appraisal are not much different.
Absolutely. And if they were different, the council would be in breach of the state aid rules, which would be something that we'd be very concerned about.
Thank you. It is we're coming up to nearly 11:15, and I think it'd be useful to have a break. We might not have much further to go on viability, but there may be some further points that we need to pick up. So if we take a break now till 11:30, and then come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's 11:30 and we'll just be restarting the meeting. Thank you.
This guy and said, look, you need to do this valuation. Can you do it? This is to go to somebody who recognised isn't particularly kosher.
Nigel, I think your mic is on.
I just muted them, Tom.
Thank you.
Your secrets are safe. Thank you, everyone. The inspector's just rejoined the meeting and we'll start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Just to move on to the viability session, has anybody got any more points that they want to raise in respect of viability of what we've heard this morning that have not been said? Councillor Phone.
Thank you. I've listened to this morning and I openly confess that most of it has gone over my head. I'm a mere scientist. I understand quantum theory. I could give you a jolly good explanation on climate change, but do I understand that? No, I'm sorry, I don't. But I do have a simple question that I would wish to put to Brentwood Council and CEG and ask the inspectors if they could help confirm it. As we look at Dunton Hills going ahead, are we able to absolutely guarantee that appropriate sustainable infrastructure in West Horndon Village and the surrounding areas will be provided at an appropriate time so that the community that lives in the place now does not get disrupted because developers of some description come along and say, oh, we can't afford it now, etc. That is the question that the local community is asking, and I think that both Brentwood Council and CEG must be able to confirm with absolute certainty that we are not going to get into any shenanigans going on with developers going, nah, I can't afford it, etc. And I just ask, please, can that be confirmed in public so that it's there for eternity, so that we can't get into that very unfortunate situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Phone. Can I ask the council if they are able to respond to Councillor Phone's?
I think all we can say, perfectly understand these concerns. That's why a great deal of thought has been given to infrastructure requirements and mitigations. And we can give assurance that the development management stage will be appropriately underpinned by the proposed policies, and that all off-site impacts will be taken into account in determining what regime of conditions ought to be applied and what requirements ought to be applied at any particular time, having regard to the proposals as they come forward. I can't say any more than that at this stage, other than that the plan as proposed provides the necessary structure within which to consider those development management decisions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shahadavian. Is there anything that the council wished to say in conclusion in respect to viability?
No, just to confirm that SIL will not be applied to Dunton Hills Village.
In what regard, Mr. Shahadavian?
It will be SIL exempt. That's the intention.
Thank you. Can we please move off viability, and on the agenda we were going to look at deliverability. Now, back in December we did have a session on this, and we did look at both the delivery rates during the course of the scheme development, and we looked at issues about lead-in times. We were referred to various documents, including the start to finish document, and parties made their representations. Not intending to rehearse, go over the ground that we discussed in December, but I would just like to turn to the council and ask whether there is anything that they consider has changed in respect of information that may lead, that relate to lead-in times since we discussed it in September, and then I will invite any participants to make any comments.
My instructions are, sir, that there's been no change of circumstances that would alter the evidence which you received in December. Those are my instructions.
So the expected submission of the planning application, the outline planning application, is now expected at which point?
I'm going to ask CEG to respond on this because work is being undertaken at the moment in relation to that. I know a lot of work is going on, so I think it's best if it comes from the intended applicant.
Thank you. Is Mr. Barnes? Thank you. Mr. Barnes, we can see you this time, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, we were discussing who should volunteer to answer this question. I was volunteered to answer this question. There's nothing changed in terms of the position that's outlined in the planning performance agreements. As Mr. Sharadavian has just indicated, there is a lot of work going on to finalise the application documents at this moment in time, with a view to having an application ready to submit, subject to, obviously, as we said before, the outcome of this examination. Hypothetically, there were to be a letter before Easter that says the plan's found and sound, then obviously that makes a difference to us, but we are looking towards getting the planning application still in by beginning of May is our target at this moment in time, which fits in within the PPA timescales that's been outlined. I'll just add to that. I know everybody will say, well, you would say this, wouldn't you? But in the context of the preparation of the planning application, it does need to be considered that the preparation of this planning application started back in 2017. So it's taken that long to bring all the information together, undertake all the necessary surveys, etc., in order that the application can be submitted. And quite clearly, we've had discussions in terms of the PPA timescale, which I know people have been critical of in terms of the timescales to determine the application, but that's why we're putting the effort in to be able to have as much, if not all, the information agreed prior to the submission of the application where we possibly can, to minimise the timescale between submission and determination. Charlie Banner.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, sir. I mean, it's helpful to hear that that's still the intention of C&G in relation to the submission of the application. In terms of the consideration of the application, though, that timescale appears to be out of kilter potentially with the SPD. I think we were told the SPD was to be consulted on this month. I'm not aware that's happened. And the SPD was to be approved by the council within Q2 of this year. Now, I guess how consultees can respond to an application in the context of an SPD which potentially hasn't been approved, and I guess also potentially awaiting your consideration of the local plan as well, suggests to us that it's going to be very difficult for consultees to be able to respond to an application in a manner without a policy context to assess it against. So it would suggest that even if the application is submitted in May, it may be some time before consultees can fairly comment on an application. Apologies for the background noise.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I'll ask the council to respond in a moment, but Mr. Banner.
Broadly, sir, our position is as set out in writing, both for this matter and earlier, and I won't repeat or regurgitate that. You've got the points. I just want to highlight, of course, that a key consideration is not just the timing of the application, and indeed the timing of the determination, bearing in mind the extent of what may be state in Section 106 obligations, but also what happens then between the outline permission and actually homes being occupied and sold in terms of viability. And we've indicated the CG experience elsewhere in the country, where it's taken almost 5 years. Plainly, the timetable will be informed by any trigger points, whether trigger points imposed effectively by yourselves through suggested modifications to the policy, and or by the council in the context of its determination of the application. Because if there is a requirement that homes can't be occupied before certain infrastructure is in place, then obviously the delivery of that infrastructure will have the potential to hold up occupations. So we do suggest that the period between outline permission and homes being sold, which is what's relevant for viability purposes, and occupied, which is what's relevant for the dealing with housing need, is optimistic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banner. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir. Really, to take very, very little time, really only to say, as we previously submitted before Christmas, I think our concerns stand, and really to reflect what Mr. Banner's just said, and indeed Mr. Stevens as well. So I won't elaborate further. I think so you have our concerns and their points, to which we concur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Can I ask the council for a response, please, to those points that have been raised?
Thank you, Inspector. I'll deal with the supplementary planning document point that was made first. The SPD process has, as we've indicated before and discussed indeed in previous sessions, been ongoing for some time. That work is continuing. It is clearly impacted by the examination in terms of what we're learning and the other element of work whereby the team is preoccupied with this examination process, but it remains broadly on target. Mr. Stevens set out the consultation timeframes, which are impacted by currently things going on, council's priorities, and indeed the now preparation for elections in May, which at one point were slightly more uncertain, but now they are certain. The timeframes to bring that to committee are still consistent, so they will be, the SPD as a draft document will be in the public domain and presented to committee in March. That's our Policy, Resources and Economic Development Committee, I believe on the 17th of March, and given the limitations that we have with the pre-election period in the run-up to local elections in May, that committee will be considering whether to consult in May. So in other words, after the elections, that will be the recommendation. But indeed, the document will be in the public domain, and indeed CEG and other landowners, as part of application preparation, have been involved in the process of preparing that, as well as the local community, which has been set out in terms of our co-design process and producing that SPD. Indeed, it stems from the framework master plan document that CEG and ourselves have worked on and published, so that there is consistency there. And that indeed is relevant in terms of the comments that have been made about application preparation, which I would just echo CEG's comments that preparation has already begun. And therefore, it's realistic, we believe, that the timeframes can be met in terms of what we're speaking of for submission and determination of that application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drain. So the table, the schedule which is set out in the Statement of Common Ground at Appendix 7 has the SPD being prepared, so through till Q3 of 2021, and then adopted in Q2 2022. So I assume that the SPD is being progressed to a point where it can be approved for consultation, then consulted on. Parallel to that, the local plan policies would emerge through this process. The two would come together, and the SPD would then be adopted. Is that how it is envisaged to happen?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And is there any change to the way in which the planning application is likely to be considered through its course, through submission to determination? Is there any change on that timetable process from what we understood previously? Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. No, there's no change. That is what we anticipate to come forward, as well as already been discussed in the earlier today, the relevance of Section 106 discussions going on at the same time alongside that.
Thank you. Mrs. Wright, have you got any comments or questions on deliverability?
I suppose I would just like to understand from the council's perspective. Obviously, the council hasn't dealt with this level of development before. You've made that very clear, and it's very clear from having looked around your borough, etc., that this size of development has never come forward before. So I'm trying to understand the level of confidence that we have, the level of confidence that you can deliver within the timescales that you've got, and what you have based that on, from your own personal experience or from your level of resourcing, etc., because it seems a very ambitious timescale when the council hasn't gone through that process itself before. And I just want to understand just where you appear very confident that you can deliver in accordance with the timescales that you set. And I'd just like to understand where that level of confidence has come from, please.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Inspector. And we, as you've said, are very aware of the scale of development. Indeed, it's not just unique, I suppose, to Brentwood. This would be considerable in scale across Essex, really. So there's no sort of underestimation of the level of work and difference in terms of the level of growth that we would normally see. Indeed, that goes for other allocations within the plan, but Dunton Hills clearly being the largest. We have confidence on the basis of an administration and a corporate strategy that looks at economic growth and trying to make a step change in terms of the level of economic growth and delivery of development in Brentwood Borough compared to more recent years. And that stems from this project being ongoing for a number of years, including the Homes England assistance that we've had, both in terms of funding and resource expertise. That goes back to the original designation of the Garden Village and through the capacity funding and the Garden Village programme across the country, whereby we have access to Homes England and other resources where we're learning from other examples of garden villages across the country, and indeed sharing our experience as well through that. But fundamentally, what that level of what that level of funding and assistance has enabled us to do is to put in place a dedicated team on the project, Dunton Hills Garden Village project, which includes a development management case officer who has extensive experience of large-scale delivery of similar communities with, as mentioned earlier, the sort of Section 106 experience that goes along with that, and a legal framework that we put in place to commission legal assistance to bring that forward as well, to assist with the dedicated case officer. So, and there are other elements of the project team that we have in place to manage that. So we feel that we have put in place the skills and resource needed to deal with this, notwithstanding the ongoing work with CEG. As I said, that work has started through the design review process, through working up iterations of the master plan, publishing the master plan framework document and the SPD production. So we have a team that has been involved in that process for several years now. We'll continue that, and we remain confident that we'll be able to deliver this within the timescales that we've set out, notwithstanding the complexity that we face.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drain. Mr. Banner and then Mr. Stevens.
Just a quick point, sir and madam, that the team that Mr. Drain's outlined may very well mean that the council is well placed to do what's required of it promptly, such as determine the application promptly and any reserve matters, etc. But of course, it's not the council that's going to be building the infrastructure, building the homes. And so I suggest that that team can't justify the degree of confidence in the delivery, which is ultimately going to be a matter that goes beyond the remit of the individual people at the council who are charged with making various determinations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banner. Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just 2 points really. And just, I suppose, from experience elsewhere, when councils adopt plans, particularly greenbelt authorities, there's often a tidal wave of activity, and you'll know from all of the other sites that you've considered through this process that most of the promoters or developers are anticipating applications to be submitted later this year or early next year, and that puts a lot of pressure on local authorities, development management, not just development management officers, but in terms of all the consultees that are critical to that process, particularly highways. And I suppose the experiences of this week and Highways England position shows that not all the answers are there yet in terms of this site. And of course, the assessment of this site as done through the local plan hasn't considered the application, which is a different quantum of development. So that cautiousness, I suggest, in terms of the council, not just the council, but the consultees' ability to respond in a timely fashion, would suggest that time frame set out as to a decision in early 2022 just isn't realistic from our experience dealing with these matters elsewhere across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Barnes.
Well, I think you'd expect me to come back in at this point, obviously. There's nothing further from our point of view to add from what we said in December in response to Mr. Banner's comments in terms of speed of delivery. I think Mr. Drain's also helpfully outlined the dedicated resource, and the development control manager there is a specific Dunton person, so I hope that addresses Mr. Stevens' concerns about the ability of the team at the council to address it, and he has been involved in that process alongside us for the past 3 years, I think it is off the top of my head, funded by Homes England. There is, just to point out, and you have the governance hierarchy in one of the previous submissions on Dunton with the project delivery board and other mechanisms to be able to take matters to address points going forward. And again, I can only say this, and you'll say, I would say that, wouldn't you? Obviously, as part of the pre-application process, we are engaging, or have engaged and are engaging with all the relevant statutory consultees prior to submission.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mrs. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. This is probably just a question to CEG. It's been put to us in this session this morning that, and it's been made clear to us that CEG is very much a very experienced master developer. That's been made very clear to us, and that you are carrying out developments in other areas of the country. Taking that on board, and with your experience, and taking on board research documents such as the the Lichfield start to finish report. Again, it's a question about us having the confidence about the if and when outline application is approved, there is then a 2-year gap in accordance with the, if I've got it right, in accordance, I'm just looking at the proposed schedule, between outline approval and then first occupation. So it's approximately 2 years. It's actually just slightly less than, no, it's actually 2 years. So I'm trying to understand when I've got Lichfield's report saying it's normally around 5 to 8 years from outline approval to actually starting on site. Now, I recognise that's based on research that has been carried out on previous schemes, etc. So taking on board just CEG's experience, and again, so that we have the confidence and the satisfaction that you can deliver first occupation within a 2-year period, could you just give us your comments, and so that we can have, again, just sort of understand that level of confidence that you have, because you seem very confident that it can be delivered, but we do have concerns about that. So is there anything you can tell us that will alleviate our concerns?
Firstly, I acknowledge, Ma'am, that this is a timetable for delivery, which people are arguing is ambitious. That is understandable. We acknowledge that. What we set out in December was the thought processes around some of the delivery elements within the context of that timetable. CEG itself is an experienced, well experienced company to be able to take planning permissions through and to deliver. I think the easiest thing on that, it's easy to drop you a note about that rather than try and go through a series of whole sites at the moment. In the delivery statement that's been prepared to accompany the planning application, which I appreciate is not before you, there is actually experiences and identifications of where CEG has delivered large sites and the timescales for the delivery of large sites. I'm happy for that. Happy for that, an extract from that.
Thank you. That's
okay.
Really useful.
Okay, we'll do that for you. But like I say, it is a document that's already in circulation within that application frame. Because again, going back to what the council has asked us to do, is to set out a delivery statement about matters such as when is infrastructure going to be delivered. How does this tie back into the more detailed viability work that's going on at this moment in time, for the purposes of the planning application? So there's a whole package of these elements that are coming together to produce a more detailed package, obviously based upon the framework that's established within the local plan, for example, the viability as Mr. Drummond Hay has outlined, and the IDP in terms of the types of facilities which are required and the costings for those facilities. So we are looking at it is complex to put an application together at this scale, but we are looking to bring all that material together to have full submission, as I said, hopefully at the beginning of May, which is what our target is at the moment.
Thank you. That'd be very useful.
Okay.
Timescales for when that could be provided to us?
I'll say a few days because it's there. I'll just need to go back and just get the
So hopefully by the end of this week.
This week, beginning next week. I have certain other things to do after this examination finishes today. So please give me a little bit. But what I'm not going to do, it will definitely be by the beginning of next week. If it's not by the end of this week.
We're not setting a deadline at this stage. We normally do it when we do the action plan. But if it can be, by the middle of next week,
absolutely,
that would be fine.
That'll be absolutely fine. Thank you.
Is a follow-up question, Mrs. Wright?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Banner, please.
Just 2 points. Firstly, please could we have a chance to comment on that document when it goes in, if that's acceptable to you? Because the point we make, the only CEG experience that is currently before the IP is Lightbourne Heath in Warwickshire, which we've drawn attention to. And the difficulty we have with the reliance placed on CEG's experience to give you the necessary confidence is that experience is of a slower lead-in time than has been put forward now. So the experience actually it is contrary to what you're being asked to have confidence in. I don't know whether the other examples that are going to be given to you are comparable, and whether or not they're comparable, whether they show a slower or faster lead-in time. But plainly, if the experience is being relied upon, you have to be satisfied that experience is of a similar speed. Otherwise, it only serves to undermine confidence rather than enhance it.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. This may be one for Mr. Barnes, but on the schedule, there is initial land purchase, which would commence after the adoption of the local plan, but would take place over a period of a year. But the appointment of the first house builder would be within that first quarter period. I think, if I'm reading the lines right. Can you just understand where the site is up to in terms of its acquisition by CEG?
Could I just ask for clarification as to precisely what you want on that, sir?
I'm looking at the table.
No. Yes.
And I'm just wanting to understand, because it looks like the table schedule is set up such that when the local plan is adopted, then the initial land purchase commences, and that initial land purchase takes a year. So I'm asking, why does that initial land purchase take a year? And then whether the appointment first house builder is correct in being within that first period of that purchase period.
Going backwards, the answer to the second question is yes. From the point of view you've gone after. The way to look at this, it's a master developer role. And the way in which the site is intended to be brought forward is that CEG will put in the necessary infrastructure going forward. So there's an acquisition of land to be able to deliver the infrastructure going forward. That will create the service plots, and they will be sold to the individual house builders. Now, so the first port of call is the acquisition of land in order to be able to, like I said, whether it be the access or other, whatever you may call infrastructure, which could be healthcare or the schools or whatever. That's the first port of call. So that's the land acquisition element. As part of that process and alongside that process, the land will be parcelled up to individual house builders and will be sold to individual house builders, which was explained in December.
Oh, right. So initial land purchase relates to the purchase of
you're
the
not
land
looking
house builders.
Yeah. In Mr. Drummond Hayes' model, it's slightly different, admittedly, because it looks like you're acquiring the whole of a chunk of land. It doesn't necessarily follow in that respect. So discussions, you asked the question, where are discussions with landowners? They are heavily involved in the process, and Mr. Drain will also confirm attending various meetings on how this site is being planned and is likely to be brought forward. And they have been in their own individual right party to discussions about the SPD, for example.
So CEG will purchase the land off the landowners, and then will sell parts of the site to house builders.
It can be worked both ways, sir. It can be an acquisition of just the infrastructure land, or an acquisition of land plus land, infrastructure land and development land. They could be worked both ways on that. Some of this will come down, so I think the easy way to look at some of this will come down to the best way of delivering value from the site and minimising, for example, things that aren't in planning, which can sometimes be tax considerations for landowners.
Yes, but you can see why we've got some concerns about the process that's got to go through before the first houses are delivered on site. In terms of the time. I think, sir, from that point of view, if I re-emphasise the point again, that the land required for the infrastructure, CEG will take that land forward, deliver the infrastructure on that land. In parallel to that, and it depends whether CEG acquire the development parcels or sell it, acquire the development parcels themselves, or provide for the selling of those development parcels to the house builders. That will be served by the infrastructure that the CEG put in. Okay. So you're not sure yet how that will happen, but you've got to make that decision as to which approach you will take.
Other than the delivering the infrastructure, as the master developer role, delivering the infrastructure, it's the best way of selling the individual development parcels to the house builder, and that flows on. That's what's been taken account of in terms of putting the programme together. In fact, at the moment, if you want to go a bit further, the agent for the landowner is already actively discussing the potential sales of individual parcels, though we haven't got any yet. He's discussing with the house builders who are interested in the site, the level and nature of their interest.
So CEG have got fairly detailed option agreements, purchase agreements.
It's a promotion agreement over the top of it, sir, and acting as a development manager
for the whole site.
Not for the whole site, but I think we've been fairly clear, so that CEG have approximately 85% of the land required. That's in the statement of common ground, which everybody has seen. Then in the statement of common ground, there's a memorandum of understanding, and you've had participants from Crest Bellway, for example, at the sessions. I think it's here today. So there's remaining land to be brought forward as part of the garden village.
Thank you.
But the point that we keep coming back to and making is in terms of the commencement of the delivery of this site, and the substantial part of the delivery of this site is in one single land ownership, and is being promoted by one single developer, but in conjunction with the other landowners and developers.
Thank you. Has anybody got any further points that they wish to raise at this stage on deliverability that we've not already covered either in this session or in the session back in December? No. Does the council wish to say anything in conclusion at this stage on deliverability?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So in terms of what we wish to discuss today, we would like to move on to look at the policies and look at the way in which the policies are sound, in a similar way to which we've looked at policies on site allocations, on development management sections within the plan. We've prepared an agenda which takes us through, and some of these will get joined together effectively as we have a discussion. So what I'm suggesting we do, we take a short break, and then we come back and start to work our way through the policies. That will take us to lunch, and we will probably then need some time after lunch, but not necessarily a long period of time, to conclude that discussion on the policy wording.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll take. It's now 10 past. We'll resume at 12:15, and we'll go through policies. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Thank you. So we're going to turn now to the policies, and there are effectively 3 policies that we're looking at now. Those 3 policies relate to each other, and also we're aware that the plan needs to be read as a whole. So we're looking at the soundness of these policies. Are they positively prepared, justified, effective, and are they consistent with national policy? So I'm going to start with just asking the council to outline, not in detail because we were going through the changes as we work through the various themes within the policies, but there are some changes that are proposed in policy F9A. In F9A. Yep. So if you could just explain as an outline, overview really, as to how you want us to consider those proposed changes as we go through.
First of all, let me just describe policy R01. It's been split into 3. The first of those is the establishing the principle of the strategic allocation and what the development shall comprise, its components, and the overall vision as to how it's to be delivered. The second part of the policy deals with spatial design and deals with, amongst other things, ecological networks and biodiversity, sport, recreational and leisure and public open space provision, heritage assets, sustainable travel, and mitigation required to mitigate the impacts on the transport network, street hierarchy, connectivity, the provision of retail, employment opportunities, and social infrastructure. And thirdly, policy R01.3 deals with scheme delivery and legacy management, including development phasing and stewardship in the longer term. So that's essentially how the policy has been set out. As originally drafted, they were somewhat narrative and needed to be made more into usable policy tools to make them effective, or more effective in some cases. So the suggested changes in F9A were intended to achieve that objective. So there is no difference in substance to what's been proposed, but the manner in which the policies can be applied has been improved. In other words, to make them effective development management tools. Now, I don't need to go through all the detail at the moment, and indeed, it may be, these are suggestions, so it may well be that it's considered that further modifications ought to be made, or changes to these modifications ought to be made still further. And that's without discussing something which I'm going to work on separately, which is the possibility of introducing triggers or thresholds for the provision of certain infrastructure, not all, but certain infrastructure. But putting that to one side, because it's not something I can usefully debate at this stage without giving it some thought and putting it in writing. The proposed changes here give form and workability to the policy so that it can be applied effectively at development management stage. Sorry, my voice is getting a bit croaky. Can you still hear me all right?
Yes, you can, yes.
Good, good. Just bear with me. It's very dry in here because we have an overwhelmingly efficient air conditioning system, and it completely dries out everything around it. Okay, so as I say, the essential components are all still there, and it's made more effective by these changes, proposed changes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shire-Davian. Before we move on to look at various components, are there any comments on that overall approach to the policy structure and the changes in principle that have been outlined? Can we then pick up on using the agenda which we've set out as a guide, and this will take us around some of our questions. And questions, unlike a lot of the other sessions, the questions will not necessarily be in order of the questions, but more in looking at the site in terms of its characteristics, its general things, its design, and then looking at housing mix, meeting community objectives, etc., and then looking at the flexibility, etc., of the policy wording. But can I start with a question about site characteristics and boundaries, and just understand whether the policies are effective in respect of the ensuring that the development will be appropriately designed and taken forward in respect of maintaining site characteristics and boundaries. And there is a reference, and it's in the suggested modification MM86 about specific reference to the visual separation between Dunton Hills Garden Village and Basildon, and that would be achieved. Can you just explain to me a little bit about how that would be intended to happen? Obviously, that is a crucial gap and a crucial element of the site. You're on mute now, Mr. Shire-Davian. Maybe, sorry, you probably weren't speaking to me, you were speaking to your team, I'm sorry.
No, I was speaking to you, sir. The starting point is, yes, the proposed change in MM, I forget the number of it now, is intended to deal with that. But you will recall that the process of developing the SPG, etc., local guidance, and other matters is ongoing. It's being done in parallel. And the first part of the policy requires that development proposals are called with an approved site-specific planning, with site-specific planning guidance to be underpinned by garden community principles, so as to deliver a distinct and well-designed garden village, etc. So, and that will have regard to overall layout and design parameters, providing a framework for the allocated development and phasing of development, phasing of associated transport and social infrastructure, spatial and design parameters, layout, landscaping, parking, the provision of open space, and treatment of historical and natural assets. So that document will not only deal with on-site provision, but also what is needed in terms of mitigating its impacts in the broader environment. So it will be inclusive, and certainly the spatial characteristics which define the area and which inform development will be taken into account in determining what the appropriate landscaping scheme should be, including taking into account the gap between Basildon and the new settlement.
So does this, in terms of what is set out as part F, it was part F, I think, in either the proposed policy or in the original submitted policy, but the wording is slightly different. So a green infrastructure buffer on the eastern boundary. So is that expected to be within the site, outside of the site, combination of both?
It's within the site. All these works are within the site, so the site will make that accommodation.
And therefore the detail of what that buffer would comprise, how big it would be, what its nature would be, its extent, is set out in, is that set out in the SPD or in the framework master plan?
Just bear with me.
Thank you, Inspector. The basis of the landscape buffer is set within the master plan framework document. The SPD will expand on that further in terms of the level of design detail that we're going into, in terms of how it then relates to buildings and such, and fine tunes that.
And I suppose what I'm looking at is whether the policy is sufficiently, does the policy give sufficient clarity and sufficient teeth to enable that buffer to be put into place? Is the hook strong enough and clear enough in this policy?
I think it is, sir. Yes, absolutely. Because the proposals will have to be approved, and this provides a sufficient basis upon which to require that buffer to be put in place.
Okay. And is there discussions going on, or is there expectation that land outside of the site that sits between the site and Basildon would contribute to that buffer? And if so, in what ways are expected to
my understanding is no, sir. It's not required in order to achieve the mitigation and the enhancements which are embedded in this part of the policy as well.
Okay. Mrs. Wright.
Thank you. It's just a query on the actual wording that's suggested. So it's about the effectiveness of the policy in relation to, it says significantly improve the landscape and habitat value, which is a bit of an onerous term, really, using the word value. And then by reinforcing existing woodland trees and hedgerows with new planting. So again, it's what is the green infrastructure buffer trying to achieve? It's trying to achieve visual separation, and then it's how that's going to be carried out. And you said that's going to be set out within the, it's set out using the framework and then within the SPD. What does significantly improve the landscape and habitat value mean? Sort of reinforcing existing woodland trees and hedgerows. So obviously there is existing vegetation there. So I'm just trying to understand what this buffer is going to be. It's a green infrastructure buffer, but is it going to be usable? Is it for the public to use? Or is it purely just visual? That's it. We just want to plant some trees.
No, I'm not quite sure what the access arrangements to it might be. Those are matters which can be discussed as part of the overall management of the area. But it has a twofold purpose in terms of visual amenity and also in terms of enhancing the natural environment. So there should be a conjunctive and between visual separation and to help significantly improve the landscapes and habitat value. And in terms of the adjective significantly, that's a standard planning expression, significant. It means there must be a material improvement in the landscape and the habitat value. And those are matters which have to be assessed at the application stage, whether or not there is that material improvement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Mr. Fennell.
It's a small point, sir. It's a small point, so I don't know if it helps, but in relation to the policy as proposed to be modified under F, if the purpose of F is to achieve visual separation, then the words "and to significantly improve the landscape and habitat value" could be taken out, because that the visual separation will be achieved by reinforcing the existing woodland, trees and hedgerows. And the more general points about habitat value and landscape, I think, are dealt with in the preamble to the paragraph at number 3, of which the A, B, C, D, E and F then follow on from. But I merely raise that as a possibility.
Thank you, Mr. Fennell. Does the policy, although we've highlighted and the policy highlights the references to separation between Dunton Hills, Garden Village and Basildon, and this is a buffer within the site, do any of the other site boundaries and the separations that would be needed need any specific wording, or is this the prime buffer boundary because of the effectively the maintaining that gap between the site and Basildon urban area?
Thank you, Inspector. I think this is the key one to specify, in the sense that we're talking about the way in which we can strengthen the boundary here, given that this is the one boundary of the site that is essentially across open fields and different levels of vegetation that then create that boundary, as well as we've discussed before, the sort of the gas line underground, which presents an opportunity there in terms of the easement area to provide this boundary, but to reinforce it really is the intention of this element of the policy. In terms of the other boundaries, they are permanent, fixed, very clear. So other than other mentions of, for instance, attenuation by way of noise, thinking about the A127, that type of thing, whereby you could use different landscapes or building, indeed, design in order to achieve that. We believe that this is the one really where we need to specify, given the nature of the openness between Basildon and the development.
And the nature of that boundary is different anyway, isn't it? On the ground, that eastern boundary is different to the other boundaries, in that it doesn't follow such clearly defined boundaries on the ground as exist at the moment, and yes, the eastern boundary is more of a boundary that moves around a little bit along the edges of fields.
According to the edges of fields and vegetation and such, yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Mrs. Wright, have you got any further questions on that point?
No, thank you.
Can I just move on to looking at how then in relation to the characteristics and the key views? I think there is now some fairly detailed work that has been drawn up, which I think has involved Historic England, which has looked at key views and key key view corridors throughout the development that will be in the framework document. Can we just understand the council's approach to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Inspector. As you've set out, conversation with Historic England has been ongoing. So the degree to which the more detailed elements of design have been informed by those key views has always been there, but it's certainly been more informed recently by Historic England input on confirming those views and adding to elements whereby it was seen to be important that we ensure development responds to the wider context of both within the site in terms of the heritage assets on site as well as outside of the site, and the way in which, as we've just been discussing with regard to boundaries, we've got different topography and heights that mean that visually you can see certain heritage assets. So to try and maintain that visual connection at different parts of the site and the layout of development and roads and such, to ensure that those things are in place. So we've tried to take an approach whereby we mention that requirement within the policy and then build on that in terms of, as you say, the detail whereby that can be put into the design through both the framework master plan document and the supplementary planning document.
And so the need to maintain those corridors and those key views, has that changed any understanding of how the site could be developed in terms of it's been taken forward in phases, or it's like the yield, etc.?
Yeah, thank you, Inspector. It hasn't changed anything in terms of the way that the policy is written, in terms of the principles of what we're trying to achieve. It has meant that there has been various development iterations of the details of how development might come forward through the framework master plan document and more recently through the supplementary planning document work. But that has not fundamentally changed phasing or elements of development other than layouts and the fact that you can achieve broadly the same levels of growth and mixture of uses, but the layouts are sometimes impacted by those key visual corridors. As I said, it was a consideration from the start, and so it's always been a part of the way in which the site is proposed to be designed. So in that sense, adding to that and clarifying those corridors and heritage assets that surround the site has meant more of a sort of amendments and an evolutionary element to how the site is designed, rather than any fundamental changes that have affected delivery or broadly development mixes and such.
Thank you. And on heritage assets, can you just explain the policy wording change that the council is seeking, which is in F of R012, which is changing the wording, which is proposing to change the wording of related to the significance of heritage assets and their settings.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, of course. Actually, it's not perfect as it is, I've just noticed. But anyway, yes, it changed the words. It should be bringing it in line with government policy and the Listed Buildings Act in terms of the language that's used. And it also, in order to distinguish it from the generic policies dealing with heritage assets, should identify the particular assets here which need to be dealt with, and so that needs to be added in. So development should take account of the desirability to sustain and enhance the significance of heritage assets and their settings. It should be to preserve and enhance the significance of heritage assets and their settings, to provide an attractive and distinctive garden village, blah, blah, blah. It requires heritage impact assessment taking into account the need to protect and enhance existing public rights of way, to ensure that the historic core and listed buildings of the farmstead, it does refer to the farmstead, are well integrated as part of the garden village, and to protect listed buildings during the construction phase. Of course, there is more than just one listed building that needs to be dealt with here, so they need to be, I think, carefully identified. And if there are any particular measures that need to be taken in relation to them, those should be identified as well, so as to provide a further layer of protection and, where possible, enhancement to those particular assets in the context of this allocation. So I will certainly look at that to see if it could be improved further.
Thank you, Mr. David. Mrs. Wright.
Thank you. Just on that point, and thank you, Mr. Shadaravian, for pointing out what I was going to point out, which is the compliance of the wording with the framework. So, yes. Thank you for noticing that. Just a couple of queries in relation to the detailed wording on the embedding heritage assets. Is it necessary for development to take account of the desirability to preserve or enhance, or does development need to just preserve or enhance? So I'm querying why there's to take account of the desirability too.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think there should be a positivity in this, which requires development to preserve and, where possible, enhance.
Yeah, where appropriate.
And that, and that's a drafting approach I've taken, if you recall, to some other policies. So we can incorporate that here.
Thank you. Also, why is protection and enhancement of public rights of way in this heritage section?
It's a matter of taking those matters into account in dealing with the proposals.
And why public rights of way are highlighted in J? It's JC.
Yes, it's saying taking into, so it's asking proposals to preserve and, where possible, enhance the significance of the assets in their setting. And that should be informed also by a landscape character assessment and heritage impact assessment. And that heritage impact assessment will also take into account the need to protect and enhance existing public rights of way. So I suppose it's not trying to give specific protection to existing public rights of way, but to make the material in these assessments.
But JC, the wording isn't consistent with JC, because that says the development shall enhance, where possible, existing public rights of way. So there's an inconsistency with the wording, unless the JC is only in relation to certain public rights of way. And I know one is mentioned, and I don't understand why.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, no, there is an inconsistency.
Could you just look at the consistency of the wording, please?
I'm actually wondering whether A needs to be there at all, frankly, because quite clearly, with protection afforded by, sorry, where's it gone? JC, we don't need it there as well, because it's a matter which will need to be taken into account in making any assessments about measures taken to preserve or, where possible, enhance assets and their settings. So I don't think it needs to be there at all.
Well, if we can leave that with you.
Leave that with me. I think they've got adequate recognition.
Have a look at that.
Yeah. I don't think the local authority needs the added hook.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, Inspector, that in terms of the Historic England hearing statement, they've set out a bit more clarity on the further discussions that we've had with them regarding wording, so we'll need to take that into account as well. I recall that the public rights of way in terms of why Nightingale Lane is mentioned in JC is more to do with the historic element of that lane specifically, and thereby probably forming some relevance to the way in which that would need to be considered from a heritage point of view. But obviously we'll just need to look at the consistency of that requirement if it's mentioned twice.
Okay, I think it's just that clarity. Because obviously JC is relating to street hierarchy, not to heritage assets. So if it does need to be mentioned because there is a heritage impact or heritage effect, then obviously it needs to be set out in the embedding heritage assets section, and just ensuring that if it is referred to later on, that there is just consistency in the wording, because otherwise it could get very messy if it isn't quite there. And then I just wanted, again, just clarity, and you may be able to give me this clarity on point C. I'm just a little bit stumped as to why it's protecting listed buildings during the construction phase. Because obviously that would be absolutely essential anyway, if that's part of the proposal is to use. So I don't understand why that's been absolutely highlighted as a specific requirement.
No, you're probably right about that. I think it was belt and braces, but you're quite right.
Because it would be in the heritage impact assessment and set out that if this site is to be preserved or enhanced, then you would have to look after it during construction phase.
Yes, of course, absolutely.
So,
I understand that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, and there was, sorry, we're thinking about the views element. We were just talking about that before. Can I just understand again? EB brings in this visual separation between Dunton Hills, Garden Village, and Basildon again in the views section when it's already in the green infrastructure section. C. So again, is it necessary in both, and does it, because it's not actually a view, is it? It's not a key view. It's required, it's visual separation, not a view.
Yeah, it was. I think it's belt and braces, so that I'm sure that can come out actually.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Just a question in relation to that eastern boundary and the need to maintain buffer. The question that has been flagged up really about the issue about the linkages between sustainable transport linkages between the site and Basildon, and whether just how does that, I'm not saying that the two are in conflict, they can complement each other, but in what way would that be envisaged, that the maintenance of a buffer, landscape buffer, and then the promotion of sustainable transport links to the east? How are those two being seen as being brought together?
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, I think that reflects on the nature of the type of link that we're talking about, which is that it is sustainable transport, walking, cycling, and not a link road, as I think is sort of referred to before, and what that may mean in terms of the concern that you quite rightly have if you were thinking about the high degree of clearing or anything else that would be required as a result of that. It is really to look at the link in itself being provided along an existing route that runs through that eastern boundary, as it were, runs through the Basildon element of that part of the area, and then connecting it in with the site. So of course it would need to be provided in a way that was consistent and sympathetic to the overall aim of providing that boundary. The nature of that lane, that area is that that part of the area is quite heavily covered by vegetation. So I suspect that may be a way in which, as we were talking about earlier, you could reinforce that as you kind of have that lane going through. But then there are, of course, in outside of just the heritage considerations and the landscape considerations, the element of clearly making sure that you're providing something that is safe and accessible and all of those aspects as well. So that would need to be a broader consideration with the detailed design of that coming forward.
Thank you. So that might be, for example, I'm looking at the plan of the site. That might be, for example, using Church Lane onto or on the cross lower Dunton Road, for example.
Indeed, thank you. Yeah, Church Lane is the lane I was referring to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright.
Just to clarify then, just so we can finish on this eastern boundary element, the master plan framework does set out some mandatory principles on heritage in terms of views and corridors. And there is, on this eastern side, there are some views out to the Church of St Mary, which is obviously, that's in Basildon, is my understanding.
Yes.
So the visual separation element will take that into account, because obviously that part wouldn't be able to be visually separated because you would need views if you were to accord with that. So it's just ensuring that it's very clear that obviously this will form, the framework will form part of a very important part of actually the decision making on what is and is not achieved on site. But it's just making sure that the policy wording fits in all of those elements.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Inspector. Yeah, it's an interesting point at the degree to which those two things can sometimes be in conflict, where you're trying to create some form of boundary, but then, of course, maintain visual corridor and identity.
In conflict is a bane of inspectors dealing with appeals. So yes, not. If you can just look at that and just see if you can just amend the wording slightly, that would assist us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Thank you, Mr. Train. Mr. Robinson, put your hand up.
Thank you, Inspector. Just wanted to clarify that obviously sustainable transport links to these encompasses public transport links as well, and they could be mitigated in terms of their impact on the environment of the grasscrete and that sort of thing. But at the risk of straying into a later question, the mobility strategy is still to be agreed, so there's some detail to be worked out in that respect.
I think it still then seems to sort of a little unclear as to what the nature of that link to Basildon would be, whether it would be a cycleway or a walkway, or would be some kind of bus route. It seems that's still unclear. I know we're discussing how that would relate to the landscape issues, but it does seem to be unclear between the council and the county council.
Yeah, as I say, the mobility strategy is still being still under discussion between the developer and the county council. So I know that in these sessions we talked about that particular link being a walking cycle connection, and that may be what it turns out to be, but we'd still be seeking some form of public transport access to the east of the site, be it that route or an alternative route.
Inspector, I think from the council's perspective, we're clear on what would be most appropriate, which is to look at the nature of a road like Church Lane and whether that's probably not the appropriate place to have buses going up and down. That's obviously, as Mr. Robinson sets out, subject to what needs to be worked through in terms of identifying sustainable transport options in and around there. But we've looked at a scheme that looks to limit the level of travel from a vehicle point of view between Basildon and Dunton Hills, indeed to maintain what we're talking about here, which is that green belt gap and visual separation between Basildon and Brentwood, which becomes more difficult if we're talking about roads being put in. But the conversation is ongoing about what that link looks like. The proposal, as we are putting forward through the master plan framework and other elements, is to make that primarily for walking and cycling.
And where would you expect that resolution to take place? In what form would you expect that to take place? Would you expect us to have some more certainty within the policy, or would it be within the SPD, or would it be the infrastructure plan, or a combination?
We've discussed it because it's a matter of detail through the master plan framework and the SPD work. As mentioned earlier, the SPD is due to go through consultation later this year. Essex County Council indeed have been involved in that process to consider how we might embed sustainable transport through the site and with connections in and around the site. So we think that there's an adequate opportunity there to identify appropriate ways in which that this can come forward in a way that suits the needs of the Highways Authority, but also takes account, I think, of the nature of what this development is trying to do, the way in which we're trying to focus those links on West Horndon Station rather than providing unnecessarily too many links elsewhere, but we're happy to continue that conversation with the County Council through the SPD process.
Thank you. Okay, so in respect of looking at the first two bullet points on the agenda, site catch districts and the boundaries and maintaining key views, and we've looked at heritage assets. Are there any more comments from the council or from anybody else on policy wording?
No, so we know what we've got to do, just to tidy this up and tighten it up. We'll do that.
Thank you. Mrs. Wright, have you got any further questions on those matters?
No, thank you.
Well, that takes us to 1 o'clock. So what I suggest we do, we have a lunch break and we return at 2 o'clock, and we work our way through the rest of the policies on Dunton Hills.
Very good, thank you.
So we'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Can everybody hear me? Thank you. Can we then pick up where we're working our way through the various bullet points on the agenda and turn to look at design and master planning? Obviously, a crucial part of the approach to Dunton Hills. And can I ask the council, please, to just explain the position in relation to the policies versus the supplementary planning document and the master plan, and how it is expected that those should work together in guiding the design and development of the scheme.
RO1 as amended, RO1(3) provides that development proposals shall accord with an approved site-specific planning guidance to be underpinned by garden community principles. And it also sets out what that planning guidance should include in terms of layout and design parameters. And what it doesn't do, I've noticed, is provide or require the developer to submit a master plan as part of the application process, which accords with those with the design guidance. So that's something which could be included as part of RO1 by adding a subparagraph D, requiring the provision of a master plan dealing with layout design, the disposition of uses, infrastructure, and the phasing of development, which follows the design guidance. So it's just a step which is identified in the policy to require its submission, which will then inform reserved matters applications.
Thank you. So the changes in F9A have been designed to make it clearer what is required.
Yes.
But the council now feels that it should also make reference to the master plan.
Yeah, because it makes sense in terms of having a master plan, which then sets the parameters. So a submitted master plan, which sets the parameters for the development as it comes forward. Now, the fact of the matter is, of course, we're dealing here with the effectiveness of a policy, irrespective of what's been going on behind the scenes or in parallel with the local plan process. So we know that a master plan is being developed in accordance with principles to be enshrined in supplementary guidance. So all I'm doing is suggesting that the requirement to submit a master plan should be part of the policy, so that there's a formal document in submission which can be approved, and in relation to which applications for reserved matters as they come forward will comply with the master plan. And that gives then a structure within which those dealing with this at development management stage can engage with and use as their primary marker in terms of the disposition of uses, the provision of infrastructure, etc., the way in which the development is going to be carried out.
So the sites, in relation to the wording in the policy as proposed in F9A, the site-specific planning guidance, that is the SPD and the strategic framework master plan.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. Absolutely.
Both of which would have the status of supplementary planning document date.
Yeah.
And then there would be a master plan. It is envisaged that there would then be a master plan which would be prepared by the developer, which would set out more detail about the specific proposal.
Yeah. Yes, so that the master plan would be an application document which would be approved. So it's part of the application process rather than part of the policy process. But it must respond to the requirements of policy. So all I'm doing is suggesting that we need to put in a practical measure here, which is for the developer to put in a master plan for approval, and that will then set the overall context for detailed matters as they come forward for approval.
And would that master plan incorporate a phasing plan, or would a phasing plan be
Yeah. Well, it could do, but it would have to deal with phasing. It could be a requirement that it deals with the phasing of development as well. So the master plan won't just be a plan, so to speak. It would also be backed up by narrative and potentially timelines as well, so far as they can be ascertained at that point in time.
Thank you. Got some follow-up questions, but Mrs. Wright.
Thank you. I think some of what I was going to ask you, Mr. Shadarabian, you may have responded, but just so that I've got this clear, I think it's correct that the requirement for a master plan needs to be put into the actual policy, because then that is something that then will be determined through the planning application process. So I think that does need to be clearly set out as to what then that master plan itself would require, because it is different to the policy guidance, this site-specific planning guidance,
yes,
which includes the framework master plan document,
yes,
which unfortunately has the word master plan in it, which may be confusing.
Yes.
But that is a separate, and plus the SPD form this site-specific planning guidance, which will then inform the master plan and the planning application.
Yes.
Yes. Right. Okay.
That's how it should work. And of course, it's a device used elsewhere for site-specific allocations in this plan. But I think because of the way in which these policies were originally set out and worded, it's rather got lost. So I think it needs to be in here,
because it is already set out in the submitted policy that a master plan should be.
Yeah, it's just got. I think it's just got lost.
So yeah, I think that's why sometimes it's worth going back to the original wording.
Yeah.
And also this requirement is set out under C as well, a holistic and comprehensively locally led master plan, etc. So it's referenced already there. So if you can,
yeah, it needs to be in there.
Okay.
I'm also going to make another observation, if I may, at this stage, that having looked at the three elements of this policy, there is also some repetition. And there is also, of course, overlap with generic policies. You recall that we have looked at the generic policies again, particularly design policies and other policies. And it may well be that there is overlap which ought not to occur, because the application of the generic policies will be automatic. So don't need repeating here in these three sections. So again, I'll review these policies to make sure there is no overlap.
I think that would be helpful, Mr. Shadarabian, if when we looked at design policies, we did specifically say, didn't we, we might need to come back to the way in which Dunton Hills the design elements of Dunton Hills are written, so that we don't have any conflict, nor necessarily any duplication with the plan being read as a whole. But then that would leave us just to have in here those specific elements that relate to the garden village aspect, that are unique and particular to Dunton Hills. And there are some, but they need to be stripped out and put
they do need stripping out. And I think the end result of that exercise will be that we'll have a much slimmed down policy, which will be easier to navigate and will be coherent in terms of looking at the plan as a whole. So I will make that my task to do that and indicate in so doing why things have been modified and why things have been stripped out because they are replicated elsewhere, so that you have a navigable way through any further proposed modifications to these policies.
Thank you. That would be helpful. So does that then have any impact on the timetable or the process that Mr. Drain was explaining this morning, where the supplementary planning document is finding its way through to approval in draft by council next month, and then subject to consultation? Does the effectively changing the top level approach, which then feeds into the wording, the detailed wording in the SPD, does that have any effect because you changed it?
It won't. The changes to the policy to make it more coherent and therefore effective will have no implications at all on timing. It's not going to change the policy requirements, and the master planning element, which will be included, is something which is being dealt with in any event through this application. So it would have no impact at all on timing.
And can I just confirm that the SPD that I think Mr. Drain mentioned this morning is will be going to council shortly?
Yes.
That doesn't include any policy requirements in there. It is purely setting out detail on the back of the bones of what the policy is saying. Obviously, we haven't got the SPD before us. It's not not examining that. Can you just confirm that that is the case?
Yes, thank you, Inspector. So that's due to go to committee on the 17th of March. And indeed, it's been written as guidance and trying to clearly distinguish the difference between guidance and policy and making sure that there's consistency with the policy as drafted. But not adding to that other than providing the more detailed guidance to assist planning applications being developed.
Thank you.
We are aware, of course, and I understand the premise of your question, Ma'am, that we need to make sure that everything that is required of the developer is in the policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the status of the supplementary planning document and the framework master plan, are they the same? Is that effectively a written, basically a written part and a more spatial part, or how do they relate to each other, and what status is it envisaged that they would have in determining the application and shaping the development?
Yeah, thank you, Inspector. We appreciate that it's not necessarily as clear as it could be, and that has just been the nature of time that has passed and different work processes that have meant that we've ended up with different iterations of documents as they've come forward. The Framework Master Plan document was very much developer-led, I suppose, in the sense that CEG took a lead role in producing that, along with consultation with other landowners and indeed the council being involved in that process through, as we've described in our evidence, a series of design review panels and significant amount of work between the council and CEG at the time when the policy was being drawn up, and following that through the Regulation 19 consultation, so that there was certainly the extra level of detail beyond the policy requirements provided in that document. However, it didn't go so far as to set out even more so the next level down, building by building, as it were, in terms of building types and the way in which the design code effectively would be used to inform the details of how applications will come forward. And so in that sense, the framework master plan document only went so far, and it was then the council's decision to take that document further by producing specific design guidance, which is what we refer to when we talk about the SPD. So effectively, the intention is that both of those documents would form material consideration as part of the determination of a planning application in terms of their guidance. Supplementary planning document obviously being a little bit more of a formal route when it comes to the consultation process that we'll undergo, as well as considering any changes to that and adopting it as a council, obviously taking account of the fact that that's a separate process, as we spoke about this morning, from the local plan policy indeed, and the local plan generally. The intention is, or the proposal is, to consult on both the framework master plan document and the supplementary planning document, in the sense that they will be then combined. So combined in a way that we're considering both aspects of what the documents are talking about, but that they will be two separate documents to inform essentially the different levels of guidance that we're looking at. So the framework master plan document has really been the thing that has informed the work that is ongoing at the moment that CEG are preparing their application. The supplementary planning document delves into that further detail, which I suppose would be even more relevant when we're talking about reserved matters, for instance, on matters of design and things. But of course, CEG have been involved in that process as well. And one of the fundamental aspects between the two documents was ensuring that the mandatory principles from the framework master plan document informed and were consistent with the supplementary planning document, so that there was no inconsistency between the two. It's really just, as I mentioned earlier, more a degree of fine-tuning the layouts and designs according to the extra levels of evidence that we've gone through when producing the work.
Thank you, Mr. Drain. And the framework master plan document has that. I think the one in the library is February 2020. The Broadway Malayan doc, is that where it is at the moment, or has it moved on from that?
No, that's where the document was essentially completed, and then we've since moved forward with the SPD work.
And this morning, Mr. Barnes referred to CEG's approach on other sites, and I just wonder whether is this approach in terms of policy, SPD, master plan, framework master plan, and then a master plan. Is that what has been taken as the approach on those other sites that were referred to? Or has it been? Is this more bespoke approach that Brent would have kind of set down?
From the council's perspective, it's more of a bespoke approach, and as I mentioned, I think over the fullness of time we've ended up with the two documents, whereby I think had it been done in a slightly different way, it may well be that you would have combined those things into one document. But the point is that they are consistent and are two documents just as a result of that time. I'm not sure whether CEG would want to comment on their experience on other sites, but we've certainly been looking at this along with CEG as more of a bespoke arrangement specific to the delivery of this garden village.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes, is there anything you wish to come in on?
No, not really. It is just reflecting Mr. Drain's comment. It is a bit of a bespoke approach, and it's I think it's really the circumstances of this site coming forward. There are examples. I think Harlow is one whereby it's a policy, then a master plan approach. The master plan has to be approved by the council, and that sets the context for the planning application. So they all have much of a muchness in that context. There's a overarching policy sitting in I'll call it the local plan for the purposes of this conversation, and then some form of more detailed document that follows. And in some cases, it's a master plan approved by the council, which isn't a formal SPD. There may be an action area plan in certain cases. That's Lancaster's doing that one as an example, or it may be an SPD, which is very much the approach sort of Brentwood's got here. So yeah, there's different ways of doing these things. I think North Essex was, Mr. Banner will know that, correct me, North Essex was intended to be area action plans as an example. So there are different ways of doing these things, and I don't think there's one hard and fast rule, and Homes England no doubt will probably be able to do a whole list of sites and how they've all been delivered in a slightly different way.
Thank you.
So the scheme of the policy would be, therefore, to require the submission of a master plan, and it may well take the form of the framework master plan that's been developed to date. But for the purpose of the scheme of the policy and the way in which it operates, the master plan will have to be consistent with the requirements of the policy, and also be guided by the supplementary guidance in terms of design and layout.
Thank you. The policy, I'm just looking at some of the process of in relation to design, and I'm looking at F9A policy R013, which talks about a locally led garden village, and it says the design of the garden village shall be produced collaboratively with the public sector, and it requires community involvement to design and to inform the design and delivery requirements from the outset. And I just wonder what the council's approach to that means, really, because the community of the garden village obviously doesn't exist. There are communities around the garden village, but the community doesn't exist because it's a by default it can't exist because it's a new development. So how is that part of the policy expected to be met?
Well, thank you, Inspector. I think we're already underway with that aspiration. Perhaps it's more of an aspiration, but the point really is trying to make sure that whatever proposals come forward in whichever phase or stage of the development, that the local community are involved. Very much take your point. It's been an interesting aspect of designing and thinking through how you deliver a new community is exactly that you haven't got an existing community there, not substantially anyway. I mean, we do have existing landowners, clearly. We do have an existing farmhouse on site, and we have some houses along the A128 that would be incorporated within the site boundary, but obviously the population of that combined is very small. But those residents have been involved in the process. We would think of the word community, I suppose, in the wider sense, very much involving, as I'm sure Councillor Fone will also add into the process of the parish council being involved in the design and thoughts around what could come forward, notwithstanding the fact that the parish council are intending to deliver a neighbourhood plan, and this is within their parish. So in that sense, the parish council have been a very important community partner in trying to think about what could come forward and how that indeed relates to West Horndon, as we have been talking about through other sessions as well as this one. In addition to that, I think we're talking about stakeholders, so it is very much community in its widest sense, but the degree to which stakeholders have been involved in the consultation process of developing the details on site. That's been design review panel, predominantly firstly, that included adjoining authorities, County Councillors, Highways Authority, Highways England indeed, and other transport providers, C2C and such, and community partners. So we've already spoken about emergency services, healthcare providers, and others, Historic England as an example. The list continues. The way in which we've involved those partners in the process has really been about making sure that this site is delivered in a way that is consistent with the garden village principles that we've set out from the outset, and that it is locally led. So I think that's what we mean by locally led. Indeed, the co-design process that we've just been through last year as part of developing the SPD and taking the master plan framework into the SPD has involved that entire list of the local community in its widest sense. How that can be delivered through policy, I think the intention there is to say that that there would be evidence of that community involvement through the development of applications, which certainly CEG would be able to show at the moment, as they've been involved in each of those steps that I've described to develop master planning and policy framework for the site. And so I think that that's broadly what it's trying to do, is to try and make sure that the local community in its widest sense would be involved. Indeed, as the site is delivered out and you then have an existing community there, it's about the longer term stewardship aspects of how the local community takes ownership of their community, their garden village.
Thank you, Mr. Drain. So there is policy refers to production of a supporting community engagement strategy. Is that being prepared now and is informing the community involvement in the SPD, or is that something that will be prepared further down the line?
Certainly through the SPD work we are producing. I think we will publish as part of that 17th of March committee date our co-design outputs from the way in which we involve the community. The community engagement strategy is that element of the work, as well as the application part and the way in which the community have been involved in the application. So I think the deliverable there would be the way in which the community has been involved through the application, and that could indeed draw on the work that the council has been doing alongside CEG with partners that I've just mentioned.
Thank you. And is the I suppose the process of design through the course of a big development such as this in a garden community, to what extent has do you know that the involvement of the sort of emerging community on those sites has then been involved in the design of subsequent phases? I presume that is something that would be part of the vision for Dunton Hills.
Yes, agree. Thank you, Inspector. I think that that's also the point really about the long-term stewardship aspirations of the way in which the local community take ownership of the place that they live in, and that there's certainly work to do there. There's been a lot of thought given to it. I know CEG have had experience of it themselves, and we've had various examples shown to us of other communities, garden communities, and other large site allocations nearby, where we can see the type of community management side of the stewardship element. And I appreciate that there are other sides of it as well. The way in which the community are involved in that and have ownership of that process. So another intention of ours through the wider project plan alongside the SPD and the application determining that is to bring forward some decisions on the way in which that stewardship would be essentially delivered in its broadest sense, and indeed joint working with other Essex authorities, as we've mentioned. Harlow obviously progressing, Harlow and Epping Forest progressing with Harlow and Gilston Garden Village, and North Essex Garden Villages are progressing, one in particular, and Essex County Council are involved alongside with Homes England in thinking about how we can at scale consider that issue of stewardship, so that we're not all doing it one by one, but we're thinking about it together, and the way in which we can learn from good examples and indeed examples that haven't worked so well.
So in terms of design, what will be required through this policy is evidence of public engagement, whether that's an on-site community or the broader community, probably both. And the way in which that's affected the design and the outcomes, for which inform the scheme. So I expect this is what's behind this policy. It's to make sure that there has been positive engagement and that there has been the opportunity for the community to influence the proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes, and then Councillor Phone.
Thank you. I think this is some respects. It's almost like the what has occurred is almost to a point what is superseded in some respects in terms of policy. By that I mean, obviously, the CG involvement in terms of the site has already included engagement with local stakeholders, including the community in the area. So, for example, we have had meetings with the people who actually live next door to the site, as opposed to necessarily just holding exhibitions or other events, which Mr. Foden's attended in West Horndon, which is obviously the nearest or closest substantial community. So there has been that element of community engagement. What that then got translated into, as Mr. Drain has explained, is when the master plan and framework documents being prepared, that translated itself into the design review process and the series of workshops that were held, the series of design review sessions open to stakeholders to attend and chair reviews. So these are the ways that a lot of the community information has been fed back in. I think Mr. Jane hasn't mentioned sort of one aspect of a very active engagement that the council has been undertaking, which has been holding events on the site, for example, through their youth programme, trying to get youngsters involved and how the younger members of the community can influence and provide their thoughts on how the master plan evolved and how that's being fed now into the SPD. So there's a whole range of initiatives, meetings, events. There's not been an online forum as part of the SPD process. All those sorts of things are going on. Again, I think there's at least 2 websites up about this particular site with the councils and our own to try and get feedback. The one thing I'll just pick up on, if I can, yes, in conjunction with the council, we are looking at that community stewardship, and your point is very valid, that it may not be day one when you have a community on there, maybe 2 or 3 people, but at some point, yes, you want to make sure from CG's point of view that the people who live on the site have ownership of that development. It's the whole principle of garden communities. So yes, we would envisage as the development goes through and lessons are learned. We're all not going to get this right first time. I don't think anybody can put their hand on the heart and say that the lessons are learned, and actually there's flexibility and adaptation to make sure that the continuing delivery of the principles of the garden community go forward, and that is very much led by the community living on the site. So they are the principles that we want to embed into this particular scheme.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Councillor Phone.
Thank you. I can confirm what Mr. Barnes has said, that there has been a lot, and come to that, Mr. Drain has said, there has been a lot of activity in trying to involve the surrounding community. Clearly, we can't yet involve the community who will be on the site and grow on the site over the next few years, but it has taken place at a number of levels, not only with the parish council, but other residents, the schools, have all been involved in various different ways. I think, in my humble view, that there has been as good an attempt as is practically possible to involve the surrounding community, and that's perhaps why some of the comments come back where there may be some issues we have with it, that in general, provided things go forward, that interaction has been good, and we as a parish council hope that that is going to be progressive. There are clearly still a lot of things still to be discussed, including the stewardship, but you can't do the stewardship until you've got some of the other things in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phone. Mrs. Rice, have you got any further questions on design?
Not particularly about design, just something about the reference that you made in the policy, so RO111, RO13, sorry. Locally led garden village. So this policy is about scheme delivery and legacy management, and the locally led garden village element, which part A, but is now going to be called number 1, is about the design of the garden village shall be produced collaboratively with the public sector. This requires. And then part B of that subsection refers to a jobs brokerage scheme. How is that related to the design of the garden village? Is that about the implementation of the construction of the garden village? Is it about... I'm trying to understand how that comes in and how that will be enforced. What will be in place? Are there agreements or legal agreements that will be put into place? Completely agree that with the development of this scale, some form of, local jobs for local people, in terms of the construction phase, in terms of people living within the site and then working within the site. What exactly does that mean? What's that trying to achieve? I think is my question.
Yeah, well, you're right to mention this. It shouldn't be there, of course. You're right. The objective is a good one, but it doesn't belong in this part of the policy.
What's it trying to? What is the jobs brokerage scheme for Dunton Hills, and has it been written? Is it being written? Is it going to be a legal agreement or something that's enforceable that the council can enforce?
Thank you, Inspector. I think the intention is really more around the way in making the application, or making sure the application is clear about the way in which employment through the construction of the site, as well as in the long term, can benefit the local economy. So perhaps it should be more of a general requirement in terms of how the application will display that to the satisfaction of the local authority that benefits the local economy. But no, in answer to your question, that's not something that is currently being drawn up, nor an intention. I think that it would be a legal agreement. I think in terms of the way in which some of this is framed, and Mr. Barnes made the point, which I would agree with, which is that in many ways the ongoing work on the site has perhaps in some ways superseded elements of the policy that are talking about the locally led provision of what we're trying to do here. So in that sense, some review of that with a current position would probably be useful.
Sorry, Mrs. Wright, you're going to...
Sorry, no, I just saw Mr. Fennell put his hand up then, so I didn't know if Mr. Fennell could help in the discussions, but I don't know if you wanted to just do your points.
I'm not. I will try, Mum. If the purposes of the policy as to be proposed to be amended are to place requirements upon the applicant, which from our perspective would be fine. The community involvement would, I think, ordinarily be secured probably by the need for a requirement for a statement of community involvement, which would be terminology that applicants would understand, and we certainly do, and the implementation of a job brokerage scheme, or whether that should be in capital letters or small or lowercase letters, could be secured via Section 106 agreement. If the purpose of the policy is to place an obligation in some way or another, policy obligation that is, on applicants. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that is right. Whether it's called a jobs brokerage scheme or there's a requirement on the part of the applicant to try and keep the jobs created on site to local people. However it's expressed, it shouldn't be capital letters jobs brokerage scheme, because there is no such scheme. That's the first point. But I can deal with that in the drafting and put it in the appropriate place. And that will provide then the basis for requiring a Section 106 agreement to help give effect to that requirement. And I agree, the use of the word statement of community involvement would be useful in requiring developers then to demonstrate how they've engaged and what the outcomes of that process are.
Thank you.
I think that when looking at the policy, what jumps out to me in the first part is collaborating with the public sector. And I just wonder whether that's necessary. I think that what we're trying to get here is local involvement, local ownership of the scheme. of the development. And I'm not sure collaborative with the public sector necessarily helps. I don't really know what that means. Does that mean with planning department? Does it mean with social services? Does it mean with highways? Does it mean with national government? So I'm not sure what it means here. But
No.
I think what the objective is that there must be. You talk about statements of community involvement, a community engagement strategy. It's that local involvement, the local community helping shaping this development.
Yes, it's engagement with the local community. That's important here to help shape the place. And that's the way in which it will be redrafted.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that would be helpful, Mr. Shodavian.
I will attempt to get these changes over to you during the course of next week.
Thank you. In looking at the next two bullet points, delivery and sustainable transport expectations and delivery, we have already had a fair amount of discussion in relation to those, but I just would like to understand from, and I'm looking at the policy as proposed to be amended by the council here, which goes back to R01 and sets out some specific. Well, we come on to look at housing mix. I mean, you can move on to that now, but it's got some specific elements to it. But then there's a list of what is now said. In addition to the above, development proposals will deliver the following components, and those are those that are listed in D, generally D, A to K in this submitted policy, and are now listed separately in this policy. So I just would like to understand how that has changed and whether those elements are the right ones to be listed within this policy as being specific components that need to be delivered on the site. I know we've had some discussions about some other parts. We've had some discussions about looking at trigger points, but are those the right components, and are they set out appropriately within this policy?
So could I prevail on you just to tell me which element of the policy you're referring to?
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Shodavian. I'm looking. Right. If you're looking at F9A,
R01, F9, yes, R01, yeah,
and it's then point 6. In addition to the above, development proposals will deliver the following components, and they are generally not necessarily the same, because we've picked up, for example, that there's a change in primary school provision, but they are generally what is set out in D, A to K within the submitted plan.
Yes, that's right. They were just reordered in the policy to make it more effective, although there are some substantive changes in relation to school provision, for example, which you've already identified.
So do you want a moment to look at that, Mr. Shodavian, or
No, I can see what's been done. It's the requirements that precede that are more generalized, of course. This section in paragraph number 6 is intended to identify specific elements underneath that umbrella. So that's what's attempted here. So the components accord with the requirements of the strategic allocation and essential elements of infrastructure, educational infrastructure. community and health facilities, and main town centre uses, etc. So it's to be read in conjunction with the preceding paragraphs. It's not attempted to do anything more than identify the components of the uses.
Thank you. And there are then other components that are not in there but are listed elsewhere, for example, on transport, which I've got on sustainable travel. I've got new junction, demand responsive travel, connections to West Horndon Station, etc.
Yes, transport infrastructure is dealt with separately.
So apart from the school change, which we discussed yesterday and understand the reason, are there any changes to that list in 6?
Not as far as I'm aware. If this has been transcribed properly, then all that's crossed out is what was in the original policy that's drafted. Actually, I might be corrected here, just bear with me. Right, Mr. Drains, helpfully. In fact, why don't you address the inspector?
I think, Inspector, excuse me if I've misunderstood. I think the confusion in F9A is because paragraph D is struck out, but then that doesn't specify A to K as you've suggested underneath D, and so I think the intention there is to say that the entirety of D, including A to K, is removed and thereby is replaced by section 6, as Mr. Shadarivian's been working through.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Are there any comments on that list of components and in the way that is proposed to be set out now?
Yes, I've got some queries. Can I just understand, I'm looking at F9A here, although referring back to the submitted plan. If I go back to DC on R011, too many policies for one thing. Land at 5.5 hectares is allocated for employment space, but that's changed to approximately 5.5 hectares of Class E. So again, what do you mean? Which uses within Class E? Because if this is for employment, it needs to be specified as employment and not retail. And then you then add and appropriate B uses, B class uses. So what does that mean? What is appropriate B class? So does that need to be specified?
Yes, it does, ma'am. And that will be consistent in terms of approach with other policies that are being altered in light of these class changes. So, but the key issue there is that the employment uses should be compatible with the surrounding neighbourhood uses. So I look at that, of course, as well. We're not talking about retail. So I'll apply a qualitative approach to defining this.
Thank you. I think that would just be useful to just make it absolutely clear.
Yes.
Because retail is proposed on the site, but not within the employment area that's being suggested as to where that goes. So just another couple of points. B on the F9A one, so the next one down,
Yes.
it says a site for one secondary school with capacity for a co-located primary school. Is that an additional co-located primary school, or is it one of the three that are then listed in C?
It's one of the three. And the idea here is that co-location would be quite a sustainable option.
Oh, I completely applaud it. It's just whether it wasn't clear to me. Are you asking for 4 schools or are you asking for 3? Because you're saying, because it doesn't make it clear.
Yeah, we're asking for 1, and so that should be clear that it's for one of the co-located,
okay.
For one of the primary schools.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Can I just ask a question in relation to F, which was previously H, but green and blue infrastructure? In the submitted plan, it said to be green and blue infrastructure to be a minimum of 50% of the total land area. That has now, I think, proposed, and reading it rightly, to be 50%, not minimum.
I'm just trying to locate it actually on F9A. Sorry, I'm going.
Yeah, it's F.
F.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, I've got it. It's green blue infrastructure, 50% of the total. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily read right. Anyway, green and blue infrastructure, 50% of the total allocated area.
Yeah. That's the area allocated through the plan.
But
I don't know why minimum has been removed. I need to take instructions on that, and I am not getting any. No, I'm getting blanks around me, so I need to take instructions on that and come back to you on that.
And also that includes private space, because it includes residential gardens.
Yeah.
Now in that proposed amendment, whereas the policy doesn't say that. It just says green and blue infrastructure to be a minimum of 50% of the total land area.
Yeah.
It could be argued that the change is seeking to achieve a lower area of green and blue infrastructure than is in the submitted plan.
Yes, I'll have to take instructions on that. Clearly, we are starting from the base of the submitted plan, and there are green and blue infrastructure policies in the plan, and we have therefore to work from 50% of the total and understand what that means. Whether that includes private gardens for the purposes of the submitted plan, because clearly if we're moving away from that requirement, there must be some kind of justification for it on the evidence. So I need to take advice on that. But it's a very good point, actually. It's something completely bypassed me in reading this. So please give us a little time in which to reflect on this and come back to you.
Indeed. Yes.
When I come back with the redraft, I will provide some kind of commentary on that point as well.
Thank you, Mr. Shardavian. Mr. Barnes.
I was just about to say there was actually a definition for this for garden communities, I think, in the TCPA document, but we'll talk to the council about it in the system in drafting the note up, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And in terms of sustainable transport expectations, Mr. Sherwood-Davian, you are going to look at some wording for triggers in relation to West Horndon station improvements, which will then be for us to consider as to whether
yes,
policy
I'm
needs
going
to
to
be
do
amended.
that as a separate exercise. So what I'm going to do is streamline and strip out 3 elements of this policy and deal with the matters which have been raised today in relation to particular aspects of the policy, and as a separate exercise provide another draft which includes thresholds or triggers for some elements of infrastructure which are not covered by BE11 and other policies.
The discussion that we had this morning about the East Link, sustainable travel to the East, there's no reference in policy to that. And in the light of our discussion, is the Council's view still that does not need to be referred to in the policy in respect of sustainable travel, for example, or whether it would be more appropriate to make some reference to it?
It's not necessary to provide those links to make this proposed development sustainable. There's no doubt about that. But insofar as they can be delivered, they will be delivered. So unless you come to the alternative conclusion that the evidence suggests that to make this proposal sustainable, those links need to be in place, then I don't think there's any reason to include them in the policy. And certainly there is absolutely no evidence, and I'm not sure where it's come from, for a need for a bus link to Basildon. I have no idea how that's arisen. So that's our position at the moment. What you do need to understand is that the evidence supports the fact that they can be, that cycle and pedestrian links can be provided to Basildon, and no doubt will be in due course. I just want to make sure I've got that. Yes, I've got it right.
And can I just ask this question as to, because the area to the east of the site is outside of the plan area, and therefore outside of the control of the policy.
Yeah.
But if that boundary didn't exist, if we were planning the development away from administrative boundaries, would the policy refer to links to the east?
That's a difficult one, because clearly we would be looking at functional characteristics and the need for accessibility on foot or by bike to Basildon from the site. I just don't have the answer to that, I'm afraid. I can say this, that if you from the evidence you have, believe that it's necessary to provide the means of allowing those links to be achieved in the future, then that's something which you can advise ought to be included in the policy. And I imagine that the promoters of the site, and certainly we as the council who have stewardship of the planning process, I'm sure could make sure that those links are not precluded by the development and its design. So it always remains an option there to be fulfilled at a later stage should it be possible to do so. Bearing in mind it's an adjoining authority, and there might be third-party land implications in providing these routes. I'm sure CEG would not object to that approach, but without requiring them to be in place at this stage.
Yes, Inspector, I think that comes back to the history of the site and the way in which initially consultation took place jointly with Basildon to think about a suburban garden suburb concept that came from Basildon and considered that land and was therefore connected to Basildon and related more to Basildon. Of course, that's not what's happening, and what we're now promoting as a garden village that's self-contained and much more related to West Horndon in terms of its orientation and links. I'm sure promoters of land outside of the CEG land ownership, so Chris Nicholson and Bellway in particular, who I know have land ownership that goes into the Basildon boundary, would certainly promote a position whereby land could come forward outside of the Dunton Hills allocation within Basildon. But obviously that's the Basildon local plan, and would be for Basildon to decide whether that was appropriate. But certainly the design of Dunton Hills Garden Village, whilst thinking at the moment about making sure that there's separation and the visual aspects that we spoke about earlier in terms of its relationship with Basildon to provide that boundary, that nonetheless that development could be planned in such a way that could accommodate that should the Basildon position change.
So I'm heaping up tasks for myself here, but what I'm going to do is and put in square brackets an additional requirement that the layout and design of the development should not prejudice possible future linkages to Basildon via footpath and cycleways. And leave it on that basis, and if you think the evidence supports the inclusion of that requirement, then we can include it. And I'm not quite sure what Mr. Barnes would say about that, but it's simply a requirement not to prejudice that possibility in the future.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in Mr. Robinson and then Councillor Phone, please.
Thank you, Inspector. Just to say that the requirement for a bus link to Basildon would be to reflect the status of it as the nearest large employment site to the development. Therefore, some form of public transport connection would be needed.
I'll come back to that point in a moment. Councillor Phone.
I totally support the view of keeping an option open for that. The one thing that and I've mentioned it before, and I will just remind everybody, is that there does need to be consultation with emergency services to make sure that there is a possible access. There is an access, not necessarily a through route or anything, but access for emergency services from the east for all sorts of health and safety reasons. Thank you.
Mr. Barnes.
Well, it was only because my name was mentioned, I thought I'd better come in here. The master plan, if you look at it, has a protected route to the potential for public transport connections going through towards Basildon. So they are there. So there is also, as we discussed previously, the proposal for a separate and segregated cycle and horses as well, I suppose we better include, and pedestrian connection through, which is part of the delivery. So you can have a policy that protects those areas. And in response to Mr. Robinson, yes, we are looking at how you get public transport, obviously, from this site to Basildon. And there's various options to do that. You don't necessarily need to have a road, for want of a better description, connecting Dunton Hills across Greenbelt land within Basildon towards Basildon Borough, towards the urban area. There are other options to do that. We don't have a disagreement at all on the need to have public transport accessibility to Basildon. So I just hope there's no confusion around that particular point, and that we have made that clear before.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Barnes. Is there a specific delivery plan for Dunton Hills, or is it relying more upon the infrastructure delivery plan as a borough wide plan?
So, are you talking about delivery of infrastructure?
Yes, just generally in terms of the components that are listed and that we've been talking about today and yesterday. Is there intention that there would be a delivery plan for those, so it's clear who delivers them over what timescale? I know that it is within the infrastructure delivery plan for the council's produced and will be updated and maintained. I presume it will be effectively updated on a rolling basis. But is there more detail for Dunton Hills in a document, or is it anticipated that it would just be the infrastructure delivery plan for the borough?
No, it's the infrastructure delivery plan for the borough, because of the interrelationship between looking at this in terms of strategic highway improvements, for example. All of the allocations are dependent upon improvements being made at a particular time, and therefore will contribute equally to that. There are specific matters for Dunton, which are in the IDP and covered in the policy. So if you feel that there needs to be specific reference to site-specific matters, then I'm going to provide you with those which I believe might be integrated into the policy. Some of those, but not all of those, of course, will have identifiable thresholds. So taking education, for example, so long as you're confident that the scheme can afford them, it's a matter for the county to determine when the land transfer takes place and at what point those schools will be commissioned in regard to the trajectory and the evidence at the time. So that could be in year 4, it could be in year 5, it could be a bit later, we don't know. So as in all of these things, apart from key infrastructure like the provision of access and making sure the corridor for the access is suitable both for the construction and occupation phases, and links to West Horndon Station are in place, etc. Much of the other stuff will be dependent in terms of its implementation and delivery on other agencies and what requirements they make of us at that particular time. So that will include contributions towards junctions 28 and 29 improvements, once we know what they are, and any county highway infrastructure that needs to be in place, which will be done either by way of contribution or via Section 278 and Section 278 agreements.
So is it clear, or where would it be set out, for example, that who would be responsible for the delivery of those components of infrastructure that are set out in the policy?
But we can. Sorry, forgive me.
So the policy sets out what are the key components for the delivery for the development of the site. We've discussed those, and they can be tidied up, and you're going to look at that. And there are some sustainable transport links as well. But is it where would it be set out? Who would be responsible, for example, for the delivery of the village centre or the community and health facilities or the early years centres?
Yeah. Okay. Rather than go through the list now, if it will be helpful for you, what we can do is provide you a list of who is going to deliver or what the delivery options are, because they may not yet be determined, and set those out in a short list for you. That's all I tend to do, just who, potential provider or mechanism for delivery, and then set those out. If you think it would be helpful to have that set out in the supporting text of the policy, we can do that by simply inserting it so that the reader of the plan knows what the expectations are in terms of who is providing it.
Yeah, and it might be then relevant to include reference to infrastructure delivery plan, because that would be updated and over the course of the plan, over the course of the development. Then reference can be made back to the infrastructure delivery plan if that has sufficient detail in, so that people can see who's responsible for the various components over what period of time.
I'm just making a note of that, forgive me.
Thank you. Mr. Fennell. Sorry, Mr. Fennell, I can't hear you, but I think, is your microphone stuck in your head?
There we go.
There you go.
Is that better? Thank you.
It's like people looking around for the glasses, wondering where their glasses are, and then realising they're on their head.
Yeah, I've done that a few times, thanks. I don't know if it helps, but you may be seeking more clarity now in the plan, but can I just refer you to, in case it does help, to policy R013 as to be amended, the development phasing part of that policy, which requires the proposal should be accompanied by a delivery statement to demonstrate how the development will be phased in infrastructure provided. So you may be looking for greater reassurance in policy, what will be provided by who, but if it's about how this will ultimately be delivered, that policy provides the mechanism by which that clarity will be found in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fennell. I'm not necessarily looking for it in policy. What I'm looking for is a thread, so it's totally clear. So from the headline figures, headline components in the policy, there would be a clear thread through as to when these components would be delivered and who would be responsible for delivering them.
Why do you need that? Don't know why you need it. But
no, I can, so what I'm going to do is what we can do. So I will be rewording this to some extent, but what I will do is provide that list with the providers and where we know it, timing of provision, and that, as I say, can be inserted into the supporting text in order to provide the reader of the policy with the necessary understanding of how the infrastructure delivery plan and the policy is to work together.
Thank you. Mrs. Wright, have you got any questions on delivery?
No, nothing to add at the moment. Thank you.
Can I just look at housing mix? I think that the council has in policy in the proposed modification document at section 5 of policy R011 attempted to make that a little bit clearer as towards what the various components of housing would be to be expected to be delivered.
I'm just scrolling up, sorry, R011.
Five.
Bear with me. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong policy, forgive me. Yes, got it now, thank you. So it says development proposals will deliver an appropriate variety of housing types and tenure in accordance with the borough's identified needs and the specific needs of Dunton Hills Garden Village, including the provision of, and then it sets them out, yes. Self-built plots, specialist accommodation, affordable housing, and gypsy and travellers' pitches.
So, so the change that the council is putting forward there is separating out the the housing components from the other components.
Yeah.
I think in order to make it clear in terms of the types of housing that would be expected to be delivered on site.
That was the intention, to make it absolutely clear.
Mrs. Rice, have you got any comments on housing mix?
Only in relation to I'm looking at the specialist accommodation element, and you're saying it will be in line with HPO4. And I know we haven't been through HPO4 yet because we haven't done matter 8. But there's, forgive me if I'm wrong, but there's a requirement, isn't there a requirement for 3 care homes, 3 number 80-bed care homes, which is set out in the statement of common ground?
Yes, Ma'am, that's right.
So why is that not set out as a requirement in the policy, if that's needed? Or is it somewhere else and I'm missing it?
Just bear with me. Just trying, I do recall.
Is there something set out in one of the Dunton Hills policies?
I thought I recall seeing a reference to the 3 care homes.
It's in the statement of common ground, and I'm just trying to find whether it's in the policies. And my apologies if I have missed it. But if somebody can point me to where it is.
Yeah, no, I think what I'm doing is recalling what the statement of common ground says, not what the policy says.
Yes, which is that. To be fair, the statement of common ground, paragraph 4.4, is great. Yeah. It lists everything. Stick that in the policy.
Yeah, quite right too.
Because it just lists it very easily.
Yeah. Well, why don't we do that then? I think it's an oversight.
Not necessarily. I'm not saying that we should do that, but it certainly is easier to go through that list.
Yeah, I'll go through that. I'll go through that list.
Maybe just have a little look at that. Obviously, the use classes are out of date on this because it was pre-September last year. But I'm
afraid the drafting of these policies, the baseline, it reflects the age of the emerging plan. I'm afraid.
We recognise that. We recognise that it's going to happen with something that's been around for so long. It's going to happen. So
yes, and people have become much more forensic in their drafting of policies over the last few years for this reason.
So I suppose if the purpose of that, what Mr. Warden was saying, if the purpose of that sort of redraft at 5.5 of RO11 is to set out very clearly what the housing related provision is, including gypsy and traveller, then I think it would be more helpful to actually set out this, 3 number 80-bed care homes, for instance. Yeah. I know we haven't come to specialist accommodation provision yet in relation to what is required and what isn't required. We'll be doing that as part of matter 8 in terms of needs and that. But if you can have a look at that, I think that'd be quite useful.
I will indeed.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Warden, for now.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just a very small point. You're absolutely right. There is a quite detailed list in the statement of common ground at paragraph 4.4. All I would just mention to you on that's the summary of what was the description of development in the scoping report for the environmental statement. So you won't find the reference in the local plan to the 3 80-bed care homes. That's what's being proposed by CEG as part of the wider housing accommodation on the Dunton Hill site. So just explains why you haven't got it there. It was something that CEG are proposing as part of their application, not necessarily in response to a particular policy as was included in the submission draft plan.
Okay, so that explains why there's a difference there. But is it?
And you may find that. Sorry, you may find that in a few other things as well, in terms of this is a more detailed level of what's in the applications, as opposed to a policy that just sort of sets headline requirements. This starts to drill down into more detailed requirements. So, for example, the mobility hub does go into a bit more description about what that is. It doesn't just say there will be a mobility hub.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well, that's why I'm not necessarily saying that this list needs to go into policy, because that would be a very lengthy policy, and we're trying to not have lengthy policies. But it may be appropriate. That's why I wanted and Mr. Shadaravian is going to have a look at this. It may be appropriate to pull out certain elements to make it very clear that this is a provision. It needs to be in the development, because it creates that housing mix, that sort of community feel. So,
yeah, and also, of course, the strategic sites play a valuable role in providing this type of accommodation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wright. Moving on to community objectives and legacy. I mean, we've pretty much dealt with this earlier when we looked at design, actually, and about stewardship and longer term development. Mrs. Wright, have you got any further questions on community objectives and legacy?
No, I haven't.
We've asked questions in relation to meeting strategic objectives and the flexibility of the policy wording. So the council just able to just explain, and we'll need to have this in mind when wording is being proposed, how these detailed policies effectively for Dunton Hill site-specific policies meet strategic objectives. I don't have any specific questions in relation to it, but I'm just keen to ensure that that the policies for Dunton Hill is rooted within that strategic context.
If I can add as well, it's also in relation to the specific strategic aims and objectives that are set out just for Dunton Hills as well, which are at the beginning of the policy section on Dunton Hills, where you've got a separate vision and a separate set of objectives. So it's just ensuring, reading through that they link through to the policies, or the policies link back to those particular objectives.
We'll do a check.
But we haven't got any further questions. Oh, well, I certainly haven't got any further questions. Sorry, Mr. Shadaravian.
Forgive me for interrupting you. We will do a check on that and just provide when we provide the redraft a short commentary on how that's achieved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just look at mitigating the impacts of the development, and if the council can just explain or highlight to us how development of this site will be mitigated, and in particular how the policy wording will ensure that those mitigations of site can be dealt with. There is an example in the policy that in the F9A policy wording of for example, the golf course and loss of the golf course, and it to be mitigated off-site. So can I just hear from the council about the approach to mitigation?
Yeah, of course we're reading the plan as a whole, So where specific impacts that need mitigation, where there are specific impacts that need mitigation, these have been identified, for example, the golf course. Otherwise, it's subject to other policies in the plan. And the offsite, the mitigation will relate to, I think, three principal issues, apart from the loss of the golf course and re-provision of the golf course. There is no other loss other than loss to the green belt. So what the proposals do, what the policies do and what the proposals will provide are enhanced linkages to the surrounding area so far as that's possible. And of course, within the site, provide ample opportunity through the green and blue infrastructure provision to provide the ability of people to enjoy that green and blue infrastructure on a public basis. Apart from that, it's the provision of appropriate landscaping to enhance the local environment, including that between Basildon and the Garden Village. So those are compensatory, if you like, matters. There are then mitigating issues which relate also to landscaping, so that the enhancements between Brentwood and the Garden Village could be seen also as mitigating the impacts in terms of visual amenity. And other impacts to be mitigated off-site, such as highways, for example, which we've already discussed, albeit subject to further discussion in due course. So the policy, as worded, and as will be worded, will be quite clear about how those things are to be provided, read in conjunction with other policies in the plan, such as, for example, D11 in relation to highways.
Thank you, Mr. Shardavian. Mrs. Wright, if you've got any questions in relation to mitigation.
Can I just clarify? I've just been looking for it. The suggested additional paragraph in the supporting text regarding the mitigation for the golf course, is that actually set out in policy? Because that's just an addition to the supporting text.
Oh.
Or are you reliant on your other policies, although I don't know how they would be relevant in this particular instance, because in terms of your open space sports provision policies, you'll be E22, BE23. I know you're changing those.
Just bear with
yeah,
me.
I was just looking to see if it's in there, and I can't see it in there, but it doesn't mean it isn't.
Yes, I think we should be providing, we should be requiring contributions to off-site facilities, golf course facilities.
Because it's obviously something that the council considered was necessary to put into the supporting text to produce the F9A. And I was just wondering whether there was a corresponding change in the policy, but I can't see it. But could you just, if you can have a look at that and just...
Yes, I will, of course.
See if that change, it could be as just an oversight.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll have a look at that.
Thank you. That's the only question I had on mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Wright, have you got any further questions that we've not picked up?
In relation to policy wording?
Yes.
Just a couple. The F9A R012 is there a particular reason why it's negatively worded? So A says planning permission will be granted only if it can be demonstrated. So again, if this is something that the council is supporting, then is there a need? Can't that just be turned around? It will be granted if these things can be demonstrated.
Yeah,
so a tiny point, but it makes a bit of a difference in the way it goes forward. And if you just bear with me, I should just see if there is anything else. Oh, in relation to clean vehicle alternatives. So this is on your policy R012. Again, would you be amending this? Because obviously your BE12 policy is now, you've suggested that be deleted. And reference is made to that within here, and the promotion of car limiting development. Would you propose to amend that?
Yes, I would indeed. It'd be part of the clean-up.
And again, does reference also need to be made? There's no reference in here to charging point, the provision of charging points. And again, it is referred to in the master plan about the provision, the actual provision. And I know, again, you've got your policy encouraging it or supporting it, or but does there need to be an actual requirement for this within a garden village development?
I'm not sure there needs to be, but I'll reflect on that.
You can just have a look at it. I'm not saying there does need to be, but does there need to be something to ensure that there's that something is brought up? It's only because I know it was it's specifically referenced in the framework,
yeah.
As in the master plan framework for the site. I think, yeah, those are all of my questions.
And I think that policy, I think things may change significantly in terms of, electric vehicles and the way in which when we're talking about design, that might well be an issue that in 10 years' time, the thinking about the design of some of the layouts might well be very different to what they might be now. And people might look back at that policy and think how outdated it is, but because it's a fairly fast moving situation, and we're talking about clean vehicle alternatives, and really electric vehicles will be mainstream by the time there's a significant population on Dunton Hills.
Oh, that's true, but their production is still dirty.
Well,
that's why we've got to keep them off. We've got to go for alternative means of travel.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions on policy wording, but I'm grateful to Mr. Showdavian for having a look at the wording that we have gone through, and we look forward to receiving.
As I say, I will endeavour to get something across next week.
So that will then, unless there's any other points and no hands up, that will conclude our session on policy wording for Dunton Hills Garden Village. But we now want to turn to get some clarity on tomorrow's session. I'm going to hand over to Mrs. Wright.
Thank you. I'm particularly referring to tomorrow morning's session, which is on monitoring and viability. Obviously, we did have a session on viability this morning. I know it was very much honed in on Dunton Hills, but a proportion of what Mr. Drummond-Hay said was relevant to the viability session as well. So I'm not necessarily proposing to repeat that session, particularly we have very, very limited participants in that session. But how does because obviously the viability session would be looking at the overarching local plan viability, not specific site assessments. Implications of the work that's being carried out, or the discussions that are being carried out with Highways England. Is it, I just want to understand from the council's perspective whether we would be able to have a viability discussion, or whether it would be worth, because we don't want repetition, or whether it would be worth putting, and I don't say this lightly, putting it off to just ensure that there aren't any implications from the work that's being carried out or the discussions being carried out with Highways England. So I don't know if the council can just give us.
Yeah, if assuming that we are right about what mitigation is required or improvements are required to junctions 28 and 29, we believe we are, then it shouldn't make any difference to the viability assessment. And the only way it could make a material difference is if for some reason the interventions need to be so great and that the proportionate contributions from the various developers of the allocations needs to rise very considerably, that it raises doubt about plan viability and delivery. We think that's highly unlikely. And let's bear in mind, Mum, what we're trying to achieve here is zero net harm. It's not the role of Brentwood, as it were, to make good deficiencies in the strategic highway network, to take account of underlying growth. What we've got to do is mitigate our own impacts so as to reduce that to zero on existing, taking account of underlying growth as well. So it's not our or any other local authority in the sub-region's role, as it were, to play to underwrite what are strategic deficiencies. So we're not expecting the discussions with Highways England to result in materially significantly greater costs that would have an impact on viability. And I also suggest that it might be prudent to proceed with it tomorrow, because if in the event there are no changes, then at least we have dealt with it rather than having to reprogram it in.
I was actually going to say that would be our preference, is that we continue, but I wanted to understand whether the council had some reservations. It sounds like you have no reservations whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
At this stage. So we will continue with the sessions tomorrow then.
And if I'm wrong about that, then having had the session, you will know then what, if there are any additional costs, what the implications of those might well be. So it focuses your attention.
Good. No, because as I said, our preference would be to continue anyway, because as you said, even if there are changes, we would then be able to just focus on what the implications of those changes would be, if that is the case. So that is good. And then tomorrow afternoon, there's no implications anyway, because we're dealing with the car park sites.
That is correct.
And the additional, so hopefully that shouldn't be too long a session. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Wright. Thank you to all participants for the contributions this morning and this afternoon. So we shall now adjourn, and we shall resume tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.